Hello, everyone. So, obviously, I'm not going to look like this. Oh my gosh! Whoa, you guys have been going crazy. Lord Snuggles, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lord Snuggles. And Giddy the Pig, thank you. Thank you. And Dracanoir, thank you. Oh my gosh. And I'm not the protagonist. Thank you. So, you may notice that this looks a little bit different from how it looked yesterday, and that is because I'm not controlling it with face tracking. This is purely by audio. We freaking did it. There are still some edits that I want to make to how it works. I'm not in love with all of the idle animations. I think the transitions to the expressions are a little bit like too intense. Wait, you're hearing double? What do you mean you're hearing double? Hearing double? Is anyone else hearing double? Oh, okay, I'm not. Yeah! Ultimate King, thank you! Thank you! The side-eye works? Yes, yes. I made sure to keep the side-eye, don't worry. So when I'm angry, yeah, we got side-eye for days. And I'm not in love with all of the animations, but I still think it's much more expressive than, for example, just like, I don't know, just like a PNG. At least for me. I feel like it's not perfect at capturing my expressions, but it's pretty solid. And considering that it's just from voice, you know? You know? So yeah, the other thing that I did, what's his face? Thank you! Thank you so much! The other thing that I did is, who the eyes are very wide, other than that, it is so good. The eyes are very wide? You mean when I'm surprised? Or just like the size of the eyes in general? Did you code this? Yeah! Yeah, that's what the sub goal was. Given the limitations of the project, it's a pretty solid piece of kit. I think so too. I'm excited about it because now, 10 squats. Yes. Yes. Heard chef. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we make it a little bit harder to wind up shocked. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10. Maybe we make shocked a little bit less sensitive. I can just edit that really quick in the app. Okay, so we go here. No, that's not the right one. We go here. PNG thing. Tune. Disgust, surprised. And we just lower surprised a little bit. Okay, cool. Now it shouldn't go into surprise as often. And as I say that, it is perpetually stuck in surprise. Oh, because I keep saying surprise. Oh, I mean, it's working off the text. I'm so dumb. Okay. So if I don't say that word, it shouldn't be constantly going into that expression anymore. We can't list off the forbidden numbers anymore. Yeah, no, not allowed. Not allowed, actually. It's forbidden. So, yeah, right now it's kind of going in and out of a lot of expressions. Like, it's maybe a little too sensitive. I don't know. I think I liked it very sensitive on the PNG. But right now it's a little bit too sensitive, I think. What do you guys think? Wait, let's get some feedback, okay? Beta testers, what do you think? What do you think of all this, huh? One thing that's like really messed up is that I keep moving in a way where I would expect to control my model. Like I see her just doing the default side bounce. And because, like as a VTuber, I'm very in the habit of moving a ton. Looks a bit manic with this much change. I mean, that's probably fine. She is a VTuber after all. Too sensitive? Yeah, I get that feedback a lot. You should test it if it gets mad when you say women. Women. Yeah, okay, a little. Men. No, she seems fine with that. Looks like a cartoon, it's fun. Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. I'm pretty happy with it. I think, like, for a pre-made model and something that we wrote in, well, I guess 2 days. Snow King, thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. I guess 2 days because it was 1 day for the old version that controlled the PNG, and it was 1 day after the subathon yesterday to get this done. So, oh no, my misogynistic daughter. My misogynistic offspring? I don't know. It's kind of a genderless, formless little thing, huh? She's such a fun little brat to draw. Camo! Yo, your drawing of it was so good. Oh my gosh. It's so weird to say it. Like, this is as much me as my model is. That's what's so weird, you know? Like, what makes this, to me, less me than my model? It's always weird when you're, like, commissioning someone on VGen. I never know the terminology to use, right? Because if I'm on a call with, like, with the lab brats, and someone is moving my model around, I'm like, put me down, right? That's me in the way that I speak about it. But at the same time, when I'm, like, commissioning art, I don't want to be like, draw me beautiful, no boobs, adult, draw me. Like, that feels so weird. So I always say, like, draw my character. But there's a way that, because I think it's because I put so much more work into controlling this thing and deciding how it should move, it feels somehow less like me and more like a puppet. You have ownership and embodiment as you're in tune with piloting it. Yeah, it's really... The more directly you control something, I think the easier it is to think about as yourself. It's like the rubber hand experiment. Y'all know the rubber hand experiment? The idea is that you can, by showing someone a rubber hand where their hand should be, and touching that hand at the same time that you're touching their real hand, you can make them feel, oh my god, wait, I can touch my face while I'm streaming without it triggering weird expressions. That's actually kind of fun. I can put my hands all over my face. That's so cool. But yeah, you can make someone feel like that ought to be their hand, and they will pull up their hand if you go to do something to that rubber hand. So that's kind of, I think, how it works with VTuber models, right? The more directly you're seeing your expressions or your movements reflected, the more it feels like you. So I think a more expressive model is not always necessarily better. It's not better by default, especially if you're not emoting that much. Right now, I could just sit very still and talk very monotone, and she still moves the same amount. If I'm excited and happy and talking about cool, exciting, happy things, she's just as animated as if I were actually, you know, as if I were moving around in my model, but I'm not moving at all, right? Which kind of makes it better than if it were actually, you know, reacting to my expressions and only my expressions. So I think the biggest beneficiary... Oh, wait, what are people saying about Server? Server actually controls expressions manually, which is quite something. Yes. A lot of VR chat streamers, a lot of 3D streamers in general, manually control their emotions, because that's how you do it in VR chat. And if you're in the habit of doing that in VR chat for interaction, then it's not that much extra work to do it manually on your keyboard, you know? Like, in the same way that... If you're in the habit of driving stick shift, right? Thank you, Yova. Thank you. If you're in the habit of driving stick shift, then, like, you don't even think about it. So is this triggering off of tone or just keywords, like you saying you're excited? It's not keywords, and it's not off of just tone. Like I've said, it is off of tone and the words that I say. So it is conducting sentiment analysis on clusters of words, not just on individual words. There are no keywords that I have. I actually have one keyword. I do have one keyword. And that keyword is thank you, because I want to make sure that if someone gifts something to me and I thank them, I'm always looking happy for it. So there is one keyword in here that is hard coded, and that's thank you. But otherwise, there are no other hard coded keywords. Everything is done off of clusters of words, sentiment analysis on clusters of words, and then also off of the tone in which I said it. So if I'm saying things really happy, if I'm saying things super happy, wait, no, but I said happy, so wait, okay. What's something really sad to talk about? So yeah, I think what you're detecting is that the names of the emotions themselves are weighted strongly. Taxes? I don't know how she feels about taxes. She might feel neutral. Baby shoes, for sale, baby shoes, never worn. I think baby is just weighted as a happy thing. But yeah, essentially kind of like how Neuro controls her model. Yeah, it's very much like that. But yeah, no. I think job applications, I don't know what kinds of associations she has with those. You do this every time you're in a company vehicle? Did you train the weights yourself? No, these are pre-trained models. I just downloaded 2 pre-trained models. I actually have a third in now for detecting visemes so that my mouth goes to the right shape. So I made expressions for each mouth shape, which I'm not entirely satisfied with. I think they probably could be better. But I have visemes for each mouth shape that I made as expressions on the model. And they are triggered by a third model. It's confusing because model is the word for like the avatar and also the word for the pre-trained models that I am using. What's your thoughts on company mandated AI usage? Let's see. Oh, that was angry. Yeah. You could always headcanon as they bought the wrong size. What? How many visemes? Just 1 for each vowel. I know there are better ways to do it. I know the way VRChat does it is theoretically a lot better. By the way, we still have balding on top of the subathon? Yeah, of course. Of course. I'm not going to miss out on seeing my friends. Wait, you have a project that kind of needs this type of stuff? Where can you get the models and what are they? I'll post the exact models that I'm using in my Discord after stream. I don't remember off the top of my head. I just kind of used the lightest weight ones that still had like decent ratings. So the mouth looks a bit slow. Yeah, that's kind of unavoidable. There's no way around that, you know? Are you able to see chat message replies? What does that mean? What does this mean? Are you able to see chat message replies? I don't know what that means. Apparently seeing friends is a sad thing. Huh. Well, that's because I said sad. Okay. Seeing friends. Yeah, no, I would assume that friends is a happy word, that friends is weighted pretty happy. Yeah. Wait, no, because I said happy. Okay, let's get back to neutral. Friends. Friends. Friendship. Friendship. Huh. Okay, well, it's sometimes happy. Chat message replies when we reply to each other. Darm's comment was in response to someone else. Yes, I am, but it's a little bit hard to see. So I can literally see it, but mostly I read chat off of my own overlay, which is not ideal. But yeah, it's I can't see replies like that. So if I look over at the chat window, I just try not to do it too much because it's a little bit off to the side, and so my wait, I can look wherever I want because it's not even actually tracking my eyes. This is so liberating. What you find funny is you said upgrading your model as you grew would be wait. Would be good, but then you have Vettel who just used the same one 5 ever. I mean, he did use the same one for a long time, but then he got a new model and it's amazing, right? For a long time he was using Hiyori, right? We're a long way from that time, you know? And I think in the same vein, part of the charm of early Neuro was that she was kind of built by like a scrappy little engineer, right? It would have been different if Neuro had been like this complete and everything from the start. Part of what people enjoy. Oh, the turtle! They mean the turtle model for Vettel himself. Yeah, I mean, but Vettel's model is not the model anyone on the channel cares about, right? Listen, I love that turtle. I love that turtle. If I still had that plush, I would have it on my desk right now. I don't have the plush because when I was moving, my niece asked me with huge, enormous puppy eyes if she could hold on to it because she'd already named it Buttons and she didn't want to let go. And I told her that she could hold on to it for a little while because I have to protect her smile. So anyway, I just can't believe Buttons didn't pick up the other day, man. I just can't believe he was too busy staring into the sun to pick up, man. But yeah, no. My opinion is that yeah, if Buttons hadn't if Buttons had like a model that crazy from the start as current Neuro, the channel wouldn't have been as fun to watch. Part of the fun of Neuro is like watching the development over time, watching her grow over time. Her voice gets better, she gets better constantly. Especially in the early days, I think a lot of people were tuning in to watch her improve. I think that's still a lot of why people like to watch. The Great Pepperoni, thank you! You just got chat birthed? I don't know what that means. Gross, but thank you! Krusty, thank you so much! But yeah. Hi, Ellie Pog, Real 2D Ellie. I'm pretty excited about this. The other thing is that the happy eyes that you see, I made them this morning. This is not a toggle on the model. I just took the eyes and squished them a little bit and made X's out of them, and then made them a 2D item. And then I put it on top of her existing eyes when I trigger the happy expression. See? It's been 9 months. Ah, I see. So now you've been birthed. Birthed. So yeah, no, I think that it is always better to develop things in real time with your community than waiting until they're perfect and polished and then sharing them with your community. I think that that's part of the reason, like, part of what's so exciting about watching Neuro. I think that that's part of what's so exciting about watching most streamers, you know? I would not have wanted to start out with my current model. I mean, this is my current model right now. This would be perfect for starting out, actually. If you wanted to be a small streamer with this thing, that would be perfect. Jank is the spice of engineering. Can we give your child a name? Okay, so the problem is that this is just supposed to be me. The idea is that I'm supposed to be able to do cooking streams with just this thing on, and it's like, oh, look, there's Ellie. I feel like, especially when it's small, you know, like, okay. I know that right now it's like taking up the whole dang screen, but like if we shrink this down, see, like just in a corner, I feel like you wouldn't even immediately notice that this isn't a VTuber model that's actually tracked. I don't know. Would you guys think that this was a PNG? I feel like if you're not looking that carefully, I feel like it reads live 2D. It's a little bit intense the way that the expressions change, but I feel like it, you know, too much motion? Aren't live 2Ds supposed to have motion? It definitely looks like a model. I think you need more hand movements. But live 2D models don't have hand movements. I haven't used a hand movement on a stream in my live 2D model, like, ever. Expressions change a little too fast. Yeah, that I see. Predicting more RUAI comments. To which we answer, chat, what's the answer to am I AI? As an android, what's the answer? Yes, exactly. I am definitely AI. God, I keep like bobbing my head to trigger her head bobs, but that doesn't work. It's kind of unnerving when you're very used to piloting a live 2D model to pilot this thing. Trained on Reddit and Twitch chat. Horrible, actually. That's like how you get the opposite of a Powerpuff Girl. Like, something worse than the Rowdy Rough Boys is you train them on Reddit. Twitch chat. Artificial, yes. Intelligence, some of the time, most of the time. Aw, you're too kind. You're genuinely too kind. Chudley Chudson. So the plan, what do you mean this is not live 2D? Ah, okay, so yes, I guess in a sense, this is a live 2D model, right? Okay, so live 2D is the name of the software that you use to create a live 2D model. But this has no visual input. This is tracking only based on the sound of my voice. This is an audio-only tracking solution that works with VTube Studio that I made in a day and a night. So it's mid in some ways and better in other ways. But I think overall it's not that disconcerting. Wait, do I blink? Oh my god, I never set up auto blinking. Well, that's no good. That's disconcerting. Okay, but that's fine. We can fix that without even changing my code. Okay. We go to I open left. And we turn on auto blinking. And then we go to I open right. And we turn on auto blinking. Okay, much better, much less disconcerting. How do we like that? Staring contest. Infinite staring contest. I knew something looked weird, man. I'm so glad we have blinking now. This is so much less disconcerting. How did I not notice that? Would a churchy version of this instead of auto blinking use its tongue to lick the eyes? Man, I hope so. That would be so cute. That would be so cute, actually. Yeah, no one noticed. No one noticed. Ah, it's so good that it blinks now. Oh my gosh. Grevin, you noticed? You noticed? I wish you'd told me. Maybe you did and I just am bad at reading chat. I am illiterate, as we all know. Guys, I keep scratching my nose in like elaborate ways so as not to cover my eyes or mouth because that's what I normally have to do when I'm tracked. But right now, I don't even have to do that. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Wait, should I make a post on Twitter that's like, come see an audio only, I don't know, VTube Studio tracking solution in action? Or this will be awesome for camera streams? That's the plan. That's the plan. Now I can do cooking streams and, yeah, it shouldn't be too crazy. Should I publicity? Okay, okay. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. I don't know what to post exactly. I guess. God, I love Camo's art of her so much. Did you guys see that? Okay. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. I'm obsessed with it. What? Huge. Enormous. Too big. Look at this first. Look, it's me. It's me, but with the little chud bug. We are going to be using Sculpey to sculpt little code bugs later, and I am very excited about it. She has the plug tail. I think at small size, I canonically should have the plug tail. I think it's just really cute. The little tail with the plug at the end of it. We can make that as an asset later. We can easily make that. There are all of these tails already built into this model, so all we'd have to do is edit the texture to make it look like the plug, and then we would automatically have that plug tail built in. Not big enough for a battery yet. Yeah, Camo, every time, Camo cooks. Okay, so, let's go, and I guess repost this with a quote and just make it like, if you want to see an audio only system for driving VTube Studio, Come check it out live. I made it and I can't believe it actually works. This is fun. You guys get to see me live write my tweets. You guys get to see how much anxiety goes into it. This actually looks kind of good. You wouldn't be able to tell. It's under $50 if you didn't know. Oh yeah, no. The customizable is incredible. Customizable models are amazing, and I think more people should probably be using them. But I can't believe it actually works. He. Okay. Yeah, okay. He. Fits my background too? Yeah, I think so. I think it looks pretty good with the background. One thing that I'd like to implement is like, maybe if I had expressions, so not just like an expression for each emotion, but two expressions for each emotion where they express different magnitudes, and then I can use the certainty of the model to determine whether we use like the more excited one or the less excited one. But the thing that's tripping you out is my right eyelash over my hair. I mean, that's just a part of the default model. That's just the way that the model works. I don't know how to help you. I think if the face moved left and right with the eyes more, it would look more natural. It does a little. It does a little. Yeah, Phipps can come back, man. Phipps can come back if you want. Tony Minibot. I feel like this is not really, we built it in a cave with only scraps. Like, I don't think, I have no idea how much anyone particularly cares. If you enable full tracking now, how would that look? I can show you guys. Let me close this. And then let me turn on iFacial mocap. Close. And then I have to load default. Okay. Connect to iPhone. Connect to VTube Studio. Okay. I don't know why it's stuck like that. But this is how it looks when it's driven by me. Let me turn off the fact that for some reason it's eternally stuck in A. We can just go to expressions, toggle expression, and the expression that we want to toggle is A, and then we should be able to control space B. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now this is how it looks when it's driven by me. So if you want to see what the model looks like when it's driven by me, this is how it looks. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Gives child energy, innocent but mischievous. I mean, I think I give innocent but mischievous. I don't know actually. I don't know. I think I give mischief. Do I give mischief? Looks nervous. Frick you, man. Frick you. Smoother? Well, yeah, it's not gonna be perfect, man. I don't have any input except audio, so very refined mischief. The mouth movements are much more natural. Well, yeah, what do you expect? They're based entirely on Viseme, you know? Fake mischief, like reading under the covers? Yeah, so we can double each of them. We can make a very excited and a slightly excited, a very open for each mouth shape. and then we can move through them. Yeah, the audio only tracking worked pretty well, I think. Okay, so we're gonna disconnect this, and we're gonna restart the other solution, so that if people do come over to see it, then it's actually working, because otherwise they're gonna be like, what? It's not doing anything. And then I think that what we want to do is create different magnitudes for each one. What do you guys think? I think that that would be pretty exciting. Yeah, okay, cool. So now we're back to audio only tracking. Give it a second to start up. The different models start up at different rates, and it can sometimes take a second. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now we're back to audio only tracking. You thought it was an AI model or something? No! No! Ellie, is the code you used to track on audio just baked in, or did you write it yourself? How did you get it? The code you used to track on audio. I mean, I don't really know what this means, right? So the code that I'm using to track on audio, like I've said, there are 3 models involved. One model tracks visemes. That's what determines the shape of my mouth when I talk, right? One model tracks the sentiment from my microphone. And the other one, so like the tone of how I'm speaking. And another model tracks, she's an AI because Ellie isn't real. And the other model tracks the words that I'm saying, and does sentiment analysis on them. So altogether, there are 3 models. I did not train these models. They are pre-trained models that I downloaded. However, I am using the outputs of those models. How do you find pre-made models? I Googled them. I just Googled it, man. I don't know. I don't have like a surefire way to find good ones. Ellie's got to be in the top 3 AIs. I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you. Almighty Google. Does this one also hate women? Women. I guess not now. She kind of did before. Women. Nah, she loves it. She loves it. Would your robot be a skinwalker or a tin walker? I love that. Maybe turning down the strength on the idle animation a little bit could make it look more natural. I don't know. I want it to look alive and not like a PNG. Like, I want it to be more animated. I do try and move like this when I'm in my model. I'm just not very good at it. Yeah, I think the things that I notice is that I want like extremities for each emotion, so that if it's not super sure about that emotion, it's not like as intense, you know? That gives one big company, Google, a lot of control over what people might stumble across. Yes, but that is not a problem that I can solve in this stream. I agree that that could be a real problem with our ability to access information, but I still think that Google is a good way to find pre-trained models if you're looking for pre-trained models, and I don't have Oh, stretch! Oh, stretch goal! I see. No, we don't have to do it as a stretch goal. I can fix it right now. I can not Google. I can't fix that, but I can fix the model and the ways that it's tracking right now. 10 jumping jacks. Yes, herd chef. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, frick. Oh, frick, man, I forgot. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, 8,000 subs, we fixed Google. We kickstarted Google 2.0. I don't know if Google has gotten better or worse. I hear people say a lot that Google's gotten worse, and I'm inclined to believe them because, like, I feel like they'd know better than I would, man. I don't know. I feel like they'd know better than I would, but yeah, I feel like the AI overview is often counterproductive and kind of annoying. At least for me, I don't know. Like, it's sometimes wrong, and it's also often just the text of the first result, you know? And I could have just gone there. I like Wikipedia, you know? Join Google here. I've gotten worse. The Google AI search is trash. I've never used the AI-specific Google search function. Like, I know that there's a tab for AI, and sometimes you accidentally click it because normal search used to be the first thing on that bar of options. So sometimes if I'm like image searching something and then I want to switch back to normal search, I'll accidentally click the AI button. So I know it's there, but like I've never used it. I don't think anyone's ever used it on purpose, which reminds me of things that people don't do on purpose. Twitch made an option for you to give them all of the content that you make, including your chat messages, for free. And they made it on by default because they know that no one would turn it on purpose. Because the thing is, like, even if you like AI, think it's cool, want to see it get better, love Amazon as a company and want to give them free stuff, it's so insane, man. Just like, okay, obviously streamers shouldn't be giving away the content that they make for free to a giant company. That's so dumb. But also, where setting, in your profile, I believe in privacy and security, you can turn it off. Otherwise, yeah, your comments are the property. They're just gonna use your data to train their model, which is fine. But I think they should have to pay you for it. I think it's pretty messed up. Don't they already have access to it? Access is not the same as permission to train a model on it. So, training a model on something, right? If you are going to produce things with it, you are going to want ownership over the things that you produce. If you don't have ownership of the things you put into the model, you don't have ownership of the things you produce with it. They want to have permission to have basically intellectual property rights to the things that they make with your chat messages. So it's not like they just want to use your chat messages to understand chat better. They want intellectual property rights to the things that they generate from those chat messages. So if you don't want them to have intellectual property rights to the things that they generate with your chat messages without paying you for them, then you should turn off that setting. If you wanna. Mostly I just think it's messed up that they hid the setting in a bunch of menus and made it on by default. I think that's a pretty messed up thing to do. I think most people probably wouldn't choose to have it on, and so do they. They literally said in the stream where they introduced it, why is it on by default? Because we know that no one would ever turn it on otherwise. And I think that's pretty messed up. I think it's messed up to make something on by default because you know that your community doesn't want it, right? That to me seems pretty messed up. Thank you, Izzy! I'm so glad. Just found it in privacy. It didn't seem that hidden to you. It's not hidden, but it's not obvious. There's no way to know, right? If you're just a Twitch user, you are not going to find that. You are not going to go looking for that. You're not going to see that, right? It's not like they made it impossible to find, but they didn't make it easy either. They didn't notify you about it, and it's on by default, and they made it on by default by their own admission because they knew that you wouldn't turn it on otherwise, because there's no reason for anyone to ever turn this on. Right? No one gains anything from turning this on. Chatters don't, streamers don't. If they want to buy my content from me, they better pay me for my content. And I think that you guys should feel the same way. You know, your chat messages are your intellectual property. And it might not matter that much, but someone else making it their intellectual property without telling you, I think is pretty gross. I think this is like one of the grosser things that Twitch has done. AI Ellie? No! I'm... Guys, what do I do about this? AI Ellie, I love this. I love the fact, I think it's actually a really interesting thing, because there's nothing inherently AI about this movement pattern. The reason why we think of this movement pattern as AI is because it's the way that Neuro moves, right? And we think of Neuro as our aesthetic for how AIs look, right? If you've watched a bunch of Neuro, this is going to automatically feel kind of AI to you. I think that's kind of fun, kind of cool. Pinned post to explain this? Yeah, we should put up a pinned post to explain this. Yep, yeah. turn off that setting if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to leave it on, I think that's awesome for you. I just think that they should have made it explicitly clear that they were now having intellectual property rights over the stuff that you type on their website. Because that is not the default. That is not how it works on most websites. That is not how it worked before, which is why they made a new setting, right? The setting, they didn't make a setting to turn it off when it was on by default before. They don't legally own what you say on their website by default, so they decided they wanted to, so they made a setting in a menu you won't look at that says that they own intellectual rights to what you say, and they made it on by default. I think it's pretty messed up. I think it's a pretty gross thing to do. I think that, you know, what they should have done is had like a dialogue when you open Twitch that's like, hey, here's what this would allow us to do, here's why we want to do it. If you want to turn it on, we would really appreciate it, and it would allow us to make these things better as part of your experience on Twitch, right? If they wanted to do that, then I think a lot of people might turn it on. But the fact that they just quietly put it out there, I think it's pretty messed up. Every time Zen speaks sounds like synthetic? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Thanks to the chatter. Thanks to the chatter who explained how to turn the thing off. Yeah! Yeah, thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's so strange to not have to move and to be able to touch my face and to still kind of be tracked in a way, to still at least be puppeting. So what do you guys think? Should we make less extreme versions of each expression so that when the model isn't as certain, we can turn on those instead? I think that might be a good idea. Okay, cool. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Let's go back to here. You guys are going to see my Twitter for a second, so sorry about that. But we're going to go to the gamer zone. Here we are. And now what we need to do is move me over here and make me a little smaller so that I'm not like taking up the whole dang screen. And then we're going to turn on our game capture to capture VTube Studio. Okay, and then if we turn off Twitter, we should see our VTube Studio. Ah! I think this is our subathon timer that I never refreshed the cache to turn on. Okay, cool. Now we have the subathon timer on. Now we can go down here. Do game capture. And make it fit here. Okay, so now we need to make those expressions that we're going to use for that. And so what we're going to do is go to settings. Can we see how cooked your For You is after the incident? Well, that was on YouTube, so it wouldn't be so cooked on Twitter. And can you maybe sub goal? Honestly, I don't want to show you guys my algorithm. Last time I showed people my algorithm, it was a nightmare. Can you fine tune this thing on your own tracking, match to audio instead of manually matching the poses? What do you mean manually matching the poses? Fine tune this thing to your own tracking, match to follow instead of manually matching the poses. I don't know what you mean by manually matching the poses. I have no idea what this means. Let us see. Let us see what? Oh yeah, my algorithm. It's pretty bad, man. It's pretty rancid. My For You page on Twitter? My For You page on Twitter is fine. My Twitter is fine. But my YouTube is messed up because I watched like one tongue Sahur video. 2! Fine, 2! But now it's pretty messed up and disgusting. And that's unfortunate for me. Okay, so we need to create a new expression. And we want this one to be like surprised light. And so for surprised light, I think we like just move the eyebrows Surprised, surprised, surprised. Oh yeah, she's not gonna have expressions like that in this. Oh, she will. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so mouth form for surprised light. I think we can make the mouth a little narrower for surprised light. And then the eyes are only going to be, oh, they only go so open. We're going to make the eye expression just slightly more. And eyelid expression just slightly more, like here. Yeah, like 24 probably. And then we can make the eyebrows higher. Okay, okay. And now I want to create a new expression for sad light where we're going to make the eyebrows. Where are they? Bring me down to tracking. Bring me down to tracking. I don't think that really matters. Just gonna make the brows a little bit sadder. Eye left open. We're gonna bring that down just a little bit. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty solid for slightly sad. It doesn't look slightly sad because we haven't changed the mouth form, which should be like that. There we go. So that's like just a little bit sad. Okay. And then I think we need like a surprise. We did surprised light, we did sad light. I think angry is already kind of light by default. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Which expressions are you noticing like a lot? Oh, we need like a happy light. Okay, create a new expression. Yeah, because right now happy is kind of intense. Mouth form. It's gonna be happy. The eyebrows. Are gonna be up just a little. Not gonna use that. We are gonna use eye smile on both. Yeah, that's just like a normal, just like slightly happier face. I think there's probably still a little bit more that we could do here. But I'm not exactly sure what. Maybe like we do one of these. Is this just like normal happy? We need side eye, side eye. We need side eye light, side eye, and sidest eye. I think we already have sidest eye by default. So happy light. Okay, done. Done. Somehow we got stuck with eyes that are a little bit weirdly there we go. weirdly small, like our neutral expression by default. There's something weird about it. Okay, so let's go back to our settings. Expression editor. Neutral. Sometimes she just gets stuck on certain things and I'm not really sure how to fix it. And I expression and I expression. Okay, cool. Save. Done. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, this is a thing that can happen. We just have to throw those away. There we go. Okay. So now I think that we're not stuck on anything in the same way that we were, and I think it's looking a lot better. Now I just have to fix it in my software really quick. Hopefully really quick. I just have to add the light versions. Sorry, I'm just typing. I'm coding really quick. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm finding the other places I have to change this. This code is written very badly. You felt better than you felt in a year yesterday, and I think it was the stretching. Yo, John Paul, I'm so glad. Yeah, I think the stretching is good. I also think that I've been feeling better on account of the stretching. Although I do feel the squats a little bit. I'm like a little embarrassed at how much I kind of feel the squats. Weird spammer? Yeah, it happens. Oh, frick, it's squats time. Okay, fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know how many I did yesterday. I think I did 80 squats yesterday. The limit for them was set to eight times you could redeem it, and I think you guys redeemed it as many times as you could, and it was 10 squats each time. So yeah, we did 80 squats yesterday, which is not outlandish, but I do feel it for sure. Better than that Beat Saber stream? Anything is. That I felt for days. That was crazy. Sorry, I have to restart it to test the changes. And as you know, when it starts a little unevenly. We get them things in different orders. It's possible that we'll have to manually get rid of these when it loads in. We're like stuck on default happy. Happy. Okay, now when we go back to neutral, it should be fine. Okay, yeah. So now when we talk, it's probably a little bit less overwhelming as we move through things. I don't know if the thresholds are right. I set them kind of arbitrarily. I think we're still moving in and out of happiness pretty fast. But is bruised from the inside out. What does this mean? I forget if I have a smoothing setting exposed. I should check because that would be really handy. I hope I do. Tune. No, I don't. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Okay, so let's smooth the expressions a little bit. I actually am going to expose it as a setting because I made a tool to make that easy. Okay, so expression smoothing? Yeah, expression smoothing. Oh my god, I'm like losing words. I'm forgetting how you say this. Oh, also Rachel pulled ahead of us again. We didn't beat Rachel. She's overtaken us. So, you know, we've all got to take care of that later. Um we could lower the sensitivity on all expressions just in the thing that already exists. But expression fade, we can make that longer. Um and then we can also do like um okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now I just have to add that slider to my interface. And I will have to restart it in a second, and I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, I'm not really seeing the less intense versions of these. I guess we just did. Guys, does this look better to you? Be so honest. Does this look a little bit better and less intense? Or is it like worse? You can tell me the truth. Minnie would love to see this model. I do think she'd find it cute. You find it better. Okay, cool. Very cool. Yeah, I think the threshold for the non-light emotions is too high because now I'm like never seeing them. Like I'm never seeing just like actual happiness anymore. Okay, so now I should be able to tune the smoothing. Yeah, so now it shouldn't like rattle through expressions in the way that it was. But we'll see. We can adjust this further as time goes on. Happy! Happy. Thank you. Thank you should always trigger happy. 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 Happy, 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 happy. I can't tell if the item is coming on too fast now. Maybe we need a debounce period to not switch around as quickly. That's what I just added. So I just created I already had smoothing, obviously, but I just made it a slider that I can adjust without having to restart the app. So it's a good deal smoother now, but I can smooth it a little more, I think. Yeah. Oh, what about the chorus of Stupid Heart? This is gonna hurt so bad, so bad. I know that I feel too much, too fast. This is gonna tear me apart. Me and my stupid heart, me and my stupid heart. Oh, Heart was happy though. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't want to completely I don't want to have too long a debounce, but I think you're right that it shouldn't like jitter between them ever. Yeah, but I think that this is a little bit more restrained and a little bit easier to look at. Why did restrained make it happy? That's interesting. Your voice is too major key for the AI to think it's sad. That's so funny because for a long time people said that like everything I did sounded sad. They were like, man, you could sing any song and it would sound sad. But I guess times change, man. I guess that's character growth. When I first started streaming, it was like a joke that when I sang Happy Go Lucky Me, the George Formby song, it sounded sad. You don't associate heart with happiness or sadness? I guess it's just got a positive association. I don't know. Good morning! Good morning! Yeah, I don't know about happy light. I kind of miss, like, the happy looking happier. And I don't really like how it moves between them. So there are two things that I have to do. One, in here, I have to make adding that prop a slower process, or it's going to look weird because I made it take longer to go into an expression. So happy eyes should take just a little longer to show up. But that shouldn't be on the fading side. We can try it on the fading side. No, there should just be a tiny bit of a delay before we add the happy eyes. I can do that. That's like one constant. That's pretty easy. You think Stupid Heart sounds sad? It's more of a soulful, passionate sorrow, loneliness? I don't know. I mean, it's also kind of happy-go-lucky and come what may, right? I feel like it's kind of happy to be like, yeah, go ahead, break my teeth in, see if I care, you know? This is so fascinating to me, peeking behind the curtain on how VTuber models work. I can give you guys like a more in-depth thing. If you guys want that, I don't actually know. How interested are you guys in like the mechanics of VTubing and VTuber models? Because we can go in depth if you guys want. I have no problem doing that. Would be interesting to see the reactions to different genres of music. I wonder how it would work. I think it would mostly be going off of lyrics because it's weighting the tone less intensely than the words. So the words that I say have the biggest impact. Yes, we are stretching. Everybody stretch all together if you want to and not if you don't want to. No one has to stretch, but I am stretching, and you can too. Ellie Minibot with metal screams. I've tried. I really can't do metal screams. Can you headcam what you see IRL without doxing? I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't have like a headcam going by default. How would I do that? Stretches negatively, curls into a ball. Listen, you've got to stretch both. People often think that you just stretch one way, but you have to stretch both ways. If you want to stretch out your shrimping muscles, you don't just stretch your back backwards. You also stretch forwards into a shrimp, and then backwards out of a shrimp. You got to stretch both. I don't know. It's better that way. Why? I don't know. Source? My gym teacher told me. She could have been wrong. She was wrong about a lot of things. I don't believe that she was like, you know, she is not like a woman I would immediately think of as like a source of truth. But you know, she is a gym teacher, so take it with a grain of salt. But that was her whole thing. So I think that she might actually know. I think that this might actually be good advice. So I always do that when I stretch. I don't know. Anyone in chat know anything about stretching? Whether that's right or wrong? Whole bowl, as we say in Dutch. God, Dutch is a funny language. I love that about it. I think it's a very funny language. She was correct. Stretching is a Lesage question? I feel like Victorian child who yearns for the Mines car. I looked at a few basic stretches yesterday and did those. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually. That sounds pretty good. Are we ready to start studying, or do we want to leave this on so that people who see it on Twitter can come check it out? I don't know. When you switch scenes, it quiets your voice in the transition. Is that deliberate? Yeah, it's part of my stinger. I never changed it. And yet you won't learn German. Aren't they basically the same? I have no source for this. I mean, they're both Germanic, but that doesn't mean they're basically the same. They're not mutually comprehensible. I don't think they're nearly as similar as like Scandinavian languages are to each other, right? Am I right about that? Someone in Twitch back me up so I'm not just spreading misinformation on the internet. I'm pretty sure that it's okay, yeah. Yeah, yes. 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 Yeah. No, Dutch and German are. I don't think they're even that similar. They're not. I don't think they're mutually comprehensible. Though you would certainly have an easier time learning one if you knew the other. You're excited for chemistry? Give me those trons. Yes. Yeah. It's almost Tron time. It's like Spanish and French. We can understand each other. I feel like Spanish and French. Listen, I don't really speak either for sure. You just hopped on from Twitter and the audio. Whoa! Only plugin seems really cool. Should I watch the VOD back later to find out more, or will you be posting on Twitter about it later? Yeah, I'll post more about it on Twitter later. You don't have to watch the VOD if you don't want to. I will not make anyone watch a VOD. Unless they want to. Don't worry. Spanish and Italian have a lot more similarities. I feel like Spanish and Portuguese are the same. As someone who doesn't really speak either, I feel like Spanish and Portuguese are like way more similar than Spanish and French. I feel like Spanish and French are pretty similar written, but spoken, they sound really different. And you can easily learn the transformations that commonly occur between the two, and that makes it pretty easy to understand them. But they're not just by default, you know? And then there's English, the most confusing language on the planet. I don't know, man. I mean, I got off easy because it's my first language. So it's hard for me to say how easy English actually is to learn. You've been trying to watch all the non-chemistry studying portions, even if you have to. Wait, what? 4-ish hours of Ellie stream watching a day was Monday. Why are you avoiding the chemistry? What's so bad about chemistry? And are you going to tune in when we're doing bio, or is it all science? Do you just hate science? If you're speaking slowly, you can absolutely understand Spanish and French by native speakers. That's totally possible. That's totally possible. Grammar is easy, pronunciation is a mess. I feel like, I don't know. I guess English is just my default, so it's hard for me to judge. I know that it's got a huge vocabulary. I know that spelling is an absolute nightmare and is pretty inconsistent in English. I know that English is quite musical, in that the inflection and emphasis matter a lot. If you learn English, you're actually learning 3 languages. Yeah, there's all the Germanic stuff, there's all the Latin stuff, but it does mean that it's more likely that you already speak a language that will give you some context in English, right? Like, it means that a larger percentage of the world by default has some context for how to speak English already. Kaz, thank you so much for 5! Kaz, thank you for 5 gifted! Thank you, Kaz. I'm so excited to play with Sculpey later. I can't wait. I've been excited for it all morning. Maybe I put a limit on the amount of time I can stay in each expression, and also a minimum amount of time that I stay in each expression. But I don't know, those momentary expressions are kind of fun. I kind of love when I flicker through anger or something. I think that's fun. But yeah, it is creepy going from happy light to happy more. I think I'm gonna remove happy light as an option. Yeah, which means I have to remove the stuff that I put in to make it so that we only see the, because it's creepy when I'm just like regular, slightly pleased, and then suddenly, yeah, that's creepy. See, that's what we want to avoid. That's what we want to avoid. And I need to put in a slight delay before adding the eyes, because it takes longer to go into an expression now. We're gonna lose tracking for a second, and then we'll get it back when she comes back. Okay. Okay. We'll have it back in a second. Don't you worry. Yeah, there we go. And now we just have to exit manually from this. Okay, there we go. All fixed. A-E-I-O-U. Yeah, okay, cool. It looks like the mouth is tracking a little bit differently to me, but I can't really put my finger on it. A. Ah. 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 Huh. Well, that's weird. We can deal with that later. That was not an issue before. Venomous Ahab! Nice! Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much again to Kaz. Thank you so much again to Kaz. Yeah, I don't know why my vowels are a little weird. Maybe restarting it again will help. But in the meantime, add a slight delay. I even am adding in a rancid little comment for myself, explaining this why there's a random delay here. Okay, okay, we're gonna test it shortly. English is your third language? Dang, dang, that's impressive. That's so impressive. Is that Chudson? Yeah, Chudson is like live 2D, moves around now, purely based on audio. Purely based on audio. I think it'll work better in a moment. We'll see, we'll see. I might have to manually trigger some expressions and then back to neutral. Allow. Okay, ah, 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 a, e, I, o, u, ah, wah, ba, ma. Okay. I have to figure out why the ah sound doesn't do what I think it would do. Why that viseme isn't triggering. Maybe I'm using the wrong viseme as input. I might be using the wrong viseme as input. Because I would expect that to be triggering a lot more. I think it would look a lot more natural if it were triggering a lot more. Ah, that is our issue. Okay, yeah. There is a different one. There is a different one that I'm supposed to be using for that vowel. Supposed to be. Yeah, okay, cool. You wish you knew 3 languages? You pretty much got handed on a silver platter your 2 languages. You lived in an English-speaking country for 4 years and now you're too lazy to learn a new one? I'm trying to get myself out of basically only speaking one language and not very well. I really hope that at some point I will be able to be more multilingual than I am now. It's just a good thing I think for VTubers. Like I feel like any kind of streamer, if you're a performer, it's like good to know more languages. Ah, ah. Yeah, it's still like only triggers for a second. But I do think it looks better now. What do you guys think? I think this looks way better. Good? Happy? Good? Are we happy with it? Are we happy with it? You need to brush up on French and learn the 3 languages your family speaks. One is a dying language. Yeah. Yeah, keep it alive. I don't know. I think there's something so beautiful about how many languages there are on Earth and what they hold inside of them. So yeah, I think it's lovely that you want to keep that language alive. I wish you great success in learning it. It's sad because on the one hand, it's really important to keep those languages alive and preserve their history, but on the other hand, you can't talk to very many people in them almost by definition, which is, you know. You love seeing Connor speak Welsh and represent Wales. Ah, yeah. I only know any Welsh from watching Welcome to Wrexham. That's so cringe. I don't even like that show. I don't think there's anything specifically wrong with Wrexham. I think it's like cool, but it just makes me cringe. I don't know. It's embarrassing to me. And I maybe it shouldn't be embarrassing to me. It's nice that they're you know, reviving this old football club and like preserving it for the community, but Welsh weddings are interesting as wait, what? Wait, what? I feel like that was some kind of pun. Your tour guide in Monument Valley spoke Navajo to you for a bit, explaining the land, and it was really cool experience to see that in person. Yeah, I have no idea what Navajo sounds like, actually. I don't know, like, and what any of the Native American languages sound like, actually. Thank you, Raina! Thank you, Raina! Ah, Welsh is very consonant heavy. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It did seem very consonant heavy. You know how Japanese sounds cute and Turkish sounds angry? I don't think I've ever heard Turkish. I don't know if it does sound angry. Yeah, the only thing I know about Navajo as a language is about the code talkers. And that doesn't feel entirely fair because it is like a whole language outside of that. So yeah, I don't know if Japanese sounds cute either. I don't know. I think if you're used to watching the Japanese VTubers, then the association is definitely with cuteness. But I don't actually know if I think of Japanese as like an inherently cute sounding language. I don't know what an inherently cute sounding language would sound like. German sounds angry too? I don't actually think German sounds angry at all. I've talked about this before, but I don't understand this. German doesn't sound angry to me. I've never understood, like, why people feel that way. And, like, the videos where people demonstrate it, and they're like, oh, butterfly, papillon, right? And then they're like, Schmetterling! And they're like, see, German sounds so angry. And it's like, yeah, but only if you say it like that, man. It sounds angry if you say it like that. Like when they're demonstrating it and they like scream the German one and they're like, isn't it crazy how angry German sounds by default? And it's like, it doesn't though. It doesn't though. They're saying it angry. I don't know why they're saying it angry. But like, Schmetterling is cute. I don't know. That doesn't sound angry to me by default unless you say it in an angry way. It just sounds like Schmetterling, like there's nothing inherently angry about that, you know? And then they do like Krankenwagen, right? And it's crazy. Like, why are you screaming it, man? Why are you screaming it like that? Like there's nothing inherently it's full of sharp consonants, but sharp consonants don't sound angry or particularly harsh, I don't think. You know, no one says this about like Afrikaans, and Afrikaans, I think, has the sharpest consonants of any language, right? When I hear Afrikaans, it's like, oh my god, you're gonna like prick yourself on those T's and K's. They're like so pointy, but it doesn't sound harsh at all. It sounds kind of nice. It sounds honestly kind of ASMR. I feel like Afrikaans is kind of by default ASMR. Maybe it's the association with the accent. I don't even know, man. I feel like it just became like an internet meme, and then people made videos where they were like, look how angry German sounds in comparison to the other languages. And then they say the German word super angry, and then they're like, look how angry it was. See, I'm in on the meme. I don't know. I think that's the whole reason for it. It makes me so confused. Is that a new model? So this is a customizable model that we bought yesterday and customized to look like me. And I wrote the code last night to control it purely with audio. So the whole concept of this model is that when I'm doing things with my hands, like doing a cooking stream, I don't have to have face tracking. Like I don't have to have a camera that can see my face all the time when I'm walking around the kitchen. And I also... wow, that's got to be so customizable, wow. So we made some parts ourselves. So this code bug did not come with it. I added the heart on the pocket. It's just an item that I added. And I obviously made and added the antennae. Do you have to explain this every few minutes? Yeah, dude. Yeah. People keep asking, what do you want me to do? Should we pin an explanation for the model? I would love to. I would love to. There is a Vietnamese YouTuber living in Germany with her husband, and her husband sounds like a teddy bear. I know. Yes. Oh my god, I follow her. I love her. I watch all of her videos. I think they're so cute together. I love those videos. This model is really customizable. How does it work? I don't know, man. Listen, we did it on stream yesterday. I'm sorry for trying to include people. My freaking bad. I guess when people ask, I should just yell at them and ban them. I don't know, man. I feel like it's nice to include new people. I feel like stream is kind of one of those formats, sort of like street performance, where like, it's fine if you have to repeat yourself a little, you know? You gotta get people up to speed. Even if we pin a comment, first of all, guys, I don't know if you know this, but no one reads the pinned comment. No one has ever read a pinned comment. I promise you right now, no one ever will. People are going to come in asking constantly, and we can tell them every time, read the pinned comment. But like, I don't know, I think it's fun to bring people up to speed, to be welcoming when people ask questions. You guys can explain it too in chat, but I don't know. That's not true. I do. You're the exception, Kingsblend, the very one and only. Nobody reads the pinned comment, and we should ban everyone. Joke's on you, chat. I can't read. Reading in this economy? Yeah, a lot of people will join stream and then just keep it on in the background. So, I don't know. I think it's fine to repeat it every once in a while. I don't think it's, like, a bad thing. Also, I'm a little proud of it. I don't know. I'm a little proud of it, and I'm excited about it. Let a girl be excited about something. I worked really hard on this for you guys. I worked really hard on it. Streamer, I need novelty. Streamer, I demand novelty. One time, Annie put some important text over her chest so that people would see it. We could do that. Yeah, where would I put it? I guess over the antennae? I guess we'd put it over the antennae. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please don't remind me of the literacy rates of recent graduates. I don't believe this. I feel like it's pretty misleading when we talk about literacy rates, and what we're talking about is like listening comprehension scores that we don't have a ton of data for. Not listening, reading comprehension scores that we don't have like sufficient data for recent graduates, and where like the data is skewed for any number of reasons, and like the people who study this and collected that data don't encourage us to use it that way, but then news sites, because it's like it gets a lot of clicks, they say like literacy rates are low among graduates, kids don't know how to read anymore. I don't know, man. Whenever someone says something about like, oh, the kids don't have attention spans anymore, the kids don't know how to listen, how to read, the kids don't understand anything anymore, I just hear like old man shakes stick at clouds. This has always been how people talked about the young generation. I remember when I was a kid, people would say it was because like, oh, the kids are watching SpongeBob and it's destroyed their attention spans, and now they don't know how to count to 10, and they're bad at school, and they're all stupid, right? An antenna is the equivalent for an android to a woman's chest? No, I mean, some android women, and no, I'm not going to say gynoid. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to call them gynoids. That's weird. Some android women do have chests, in which case I would say that their chest is the equivalent of a human's chest. But for me, I don't. So I think my antennae are the equivalent. They're the only thing on me that jiggles, you know? So I feel like they're my equivalent. This model is impressive. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really excited about it. What about when an android wants to attract another android? I don't know. I mean, I guess they probably don't reproduce sexually, right? Androids probably reproduce by building more androids, which is an asexual activity. So I'm not necessarily sure if androids would experience attraction unless we specifically wanted them to, you know? My antennae don't jiggle, they fold. Those darn kids out there reading books, they should be in the field with their families. No, but seriously, novels. When novels first were like a thing that became popular, people had concerns about like, are people reading too many novels? Are kids reading too many novels? Are women reading too many novels, and it's making them soft and stupid and too prone to fits of fancy, and that's why there's depression now, you know? So like, it's like a thing that people are constantly doing. So I do not believe that kids' brains are being ruined and that kids have low literacy rates. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It wasn't we can't have women learning. It's is it making women uppity. Not like women are learning too much and is that making them uppity, but is reading novels as an alternative to reading the Bible, ruining our morals. And also, are women reading these romance novels and getting these big unmatchable ideas, and then they won't date real men, and there's a male loneliness epidemic? That's another interesting thing. Listen, I'm not saying that people aren't lonely right now. They clearly are. They clearly are. But I am saying that if you go back and read, there are tons of examples of people claiming there's a male loneliness epidemic forever. People claiming that, like, oh, girls don't want men now, and men are all alone and it's making them weird. That's been going on like forever. People have been writing about that as long as people have been writing about anything, right? So as long as people have been writing about how the kids are stupid now. So yeah, the girls are too picky and the kids are stupid. Has been forever. Has been a thing that people say forever. It just seems to be a loneliness epidemic for everyone these days, not just men. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to believe that it is harder for men. One thing that I observed when I was in school was that as a girl, I think it's way easier for me to sit down at a random lunch table and make friends with the people there. People aren't scared of me. They don't think I have weird intentions. They might make fun of me as someone weird, but they're not going to think of me as someone creepy, right? So I think that there is some advantage in getting to know a group of people. It's sort of a status thing. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means in this context. Do you think girls have inherently higher social status? Because no, they do not. No, they do not. But I do think that Ellie wants 0 chat interaction. Oh, on my Don't Talk to Me or My Son Ever Again. Yeah, pure podcasting, pure podcasting. I was like, why are they saying that? I do want chat interaction. Oh, we could make it track. We could make it only perform this kind of tracking when I don't have camera tracking. But at the same time, I'm really only going to be using this model for when I'm not using camera tracking, so maybe like less threat. Definitely less threat. And I think also, okay, if I sit down at a lunch table of guys, they don't assume that I'm like hitting on them if I'm a girl and I'm a stranger. But if I sit down at a lunch table of girls as a guy, they probably will assume that I am hitting on them, because we assume that it's the job of guys to approach girls, which is pretty stressful. And I don't think it necessarily should be on just them. And it wasn't always. I don't know if you guys know this, but as recently as like the 19 teens, the social expectation was that a man would absolutely not ask a girl out. A girl would ask a man over to her home, and that was where courtship took place. Courtship took place in the home, and it was something that a girl had to invite a man to do. And there were even in men's magazines of the time, there are questions like, what if I really like a girl and I think she likes me too, but I don't know for sure, and she hasn't asked me to her place. Is it okay in that case for me to ask her if I can come over? And they're like, no. If you really want to, you can like tell one of her friends, Captain Oscar, thank you so much for the sub. You can tell some of her friends that maybe you're interested, and then maybe they'll tell her, and then maybe she'll ask you out. But don't be a girl about it. Don't be a girl and ask someone out, right? So I think it's really, really interesting. There was a joke that was considered really, really funny in the 1920s that went like, the country man arrives at the woman's house expecting to be served dinner, and she's already putting on her bonnet. And the idea was like, oh, because a city girl, because things, often reach the cities faster, a city girl would assume that they're going to go out to eat, but the country boy assumes that he's going to be invited in for their date, right? With her family, because most unmarried women of the time lived with their families, right? And that was where a lot of courtship took place, right? So yeah, there's nothing inherently biological about our assumption that men court and women are courted. And it's worked differently even in our own society, even in America, as recently as the 19 teens. So yeah. Hi from Spain. Hello to you in Spain. Also, unmarried women had to get married if they were pregnant. I mean, yes and no. There was a lot of social stigma if they didn't, but they didn't have to. There were single unmarried women. That was a thing that happened. You know, it's not like it was an impossibility. Some of them probably, you know, you can't control if your husband leaves you, right? So single unmarried women had to get married is kind of an interesting thing to say, especially in a time with higher mortality rates in the workplace, right? No one is going to be mean to a woman with no man in the picture. Yeah, or if he died, exactly. Like, that's kind of my point, right? And you can't stop him from leaving, right? People can just leave. It's not like you could track people down, especially not at that time. So there were all kinds of people living outside of the expectations of society. Always, always, all the time, right? A widow, unmarried? What I mean is single, right? It's not like there weren't women making it on their own with children at every point in time. That's always a situation that's existed. And just the way that there are people who exist outside of our cultural expectations now, there were then. So even if there were stricter cultural expectations, thinking that that means that there was no woman who was, you know, who spent her life unmarried, there was no woman who, you know, had a kid outside of wedlock. These things were not uncommon, right? These things were not uncommon at all. So it was maybe even more common since wars and diseases were constant. Hey, wars and diseases are still pretty constant. They're still pretty constant. It's not like we got rid of those. But yeah, I think that, oh, you hear about male loneliness and get awkward. That's hard. That's hard. Man, yeah, I totally get that. I think that there is something that just like makes us all a little bit more stiff and awkward about feeling like we ought to be. There's time for a reason for us to be. Everyone expects us to be. But yeah, I'm not saying I do think that there is a way that it's easier for girls to integrate themselves socially with new groups. I think that that is totally possible. However, I can say, as much as it's easier to get integrated into a new group, your position there is not inherently more stable as a girl, I think. And this could be just my experience, but my experience is that if you start a dude heavy hobby, especially at younger ages, I feel like at older ages more people are coupled up and this happens less. But if you start like a dude heavy hobby, people will get close to you really fast because they're like, ooh, a girl. And then if you don't return that and you're just like, oh, I would like to be friends. Oftentimes at first they'll be like, yes, I would also like to be friends. And then much later they'll be like, I can't believe you've done this to me. All this time I was your friend and you never even kissed me about it. And you're like, man, I told you. I told you, you know? And then, yeah, you can lose people pretty tragically that way. I think it's pretty sad. But yeah, I think that there are ways that it is easier to integrate yourself into a group of people as a girl, and I think that it is harder as a guy. That is a thing that can happen. I haven't sorted this out yet. For some reason, sometimes when if only we could stay happy for a little longer. Sometimes when I get out of happiness, it keeps the item toggle on. It doesn't untoggle the item, and I haven't really figured out why that is. But I think it still works fairly well. It's still, oh god, we got 10 more squats. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 5, 4. Wait. Where did I start? What am I doing? Guys, what am I doing? I don't know how to count anymore. Guys, how many did I do? Was someone keeping track? 9. Okay. 10. we go. There we go. We did it. The 7-6, the 6-7 rot in my brain. So I usually reverse the order of 7 and 6 so that I don't have to say 6-7. But then I just started counting back down again, and I got confused. So yeah, so normally I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9, 10. But in this case, I did 7, 6, and then I just kind of kept going down from there. I don't know what happened, man. It truly anything can happen. You should just go up to 5 and then back down. What I should do is count down from 10. But alas, I haven't. Alas, I haven't. You do cosplay and get to know a lot of girls from there. They shared a lot of weird things they encountered online. Sadly, there are a lot of weird people out there. Yeah. I mean, there surely are. There are weird girls online too, but yeah, I think for the most part, yeah, I feel like I think it's harder for guys to just like make friends in public by approaching random people for the purpose of friendship, because there's kind of an assumption that they might be hitting on you. And I think that that's sad. And I also think that, like, girls approach other girls more for friendship. Maybe because it's easier and they're less likely to be misunderstood. But as a girl, I don't really approach people for friendship very often. I'm kind of shy, especially in public. But girls do sometimes approach me for friendship, right? Like when I was doing yoga, I just kind of started getting invited out by this group of girls who also did yoga there. And I think that that can happen for guys, but I think it's less common. I think it's just kind of less likely to happen. And so I think it is harder for guys to just make friends out in the wild, but I don't know. Don't you think it's a little infantile to get worked up about an infantile silly such as 6-7? I mean, I think it's just a joke, you know? I think it's just a joke. So yeah. I think this is actually really funny because you've gotten worked up about a joke about someone getting worked up about a joke. A joke about someone getting worked up about a joke has worked you up. But yeah, no, I clearly don't have a problem with people saying it in my chat. So, okay, important thing to understand as a VTuber. If you say, I hate that, don't do that, guys, no! They will do it more. If I actually hated something y'all were doing, I wouldn't say a frickin' word about it. Like, if you guys were doing something I actually didn't like, I would never ever bring it up on stream. If it's something that I think is funny to be annoyed about, then that's when I'm gonna say it. And then we're gonna have a fun chat back and forth interaction where I'm like, how dare you guys? That's horrible! Boo, hiss! And then, yeah, exactly. And that's fun. And then everyone plays with it. Yeah. So, you don't bring up something that you actually don't like. I don't know. You can in certain circumstances. For example, if you guys... If I were sensitive about something that you guys didn't know about, right? If I were like, oh, actually, guys, you know, I'd prefer if you didn't talk about dogs because my dog just didn't get into their dream school. They only got into their safety school, and I'm so sad about what college my dog is going to that I really wish you guys wouldn't talk about dogs for a little bit. I might do that, you know? And I think that most chats probably wouldn't respond by spamming dog. I mean, in that case, they might because that's an insane story, right? But if it were something real, if I were like, oh, you know, here's this real problem I'm having. Can we like lay off this joke? I think for the most part, because you're sort of, yeah, nothing sadder than dogs only getting into their safety schools. I mean, I'm just worried about my dog's ability to achieve their dreams, right? If I made up something like, if I had something like that, if I you know, could make up something more realistic. What's like more realistic? I don't know. If I was like, oh, you know, no more tummy hurt jokes, please, today, because my tummy actually hurts so bad. You know, I feel like most of the time, because you're sort of breaking the jokey atmosphere, chat would also break their jokey atmosphere and kind of like go along with you and stand behind you and be sort of protective and supportive. But if I'm not like breaking kayfabe, if I'm just like, guys, no 6-7, I don't know. I'm joking back, right? Like, I don't think anyone in chat, and I could be wrong. Maybe one or two of you. But I think most people in chat probably don't actually have like an emotional attachment to 6-7. They're probably not like, this is on its own the funniest thing ever. What they find funny is the interaction. What they find funny is the way that people are like, oh, about 6-7, and the way that other people will do 6-7 back, right? That's what they find funny about 6-7, you know? 6-7 is the name of your son. Yes, I'm so sorry, right? Your dog is going to 6-7 school, 6-7 academy. Yeah. So chat can be very supportive, and if you have something emotionally that you desperately wanted, oh shoot, we missed a stretch, so we'll do that in a minute. But also right now we have to do jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So yeah, I think the chat can be pretty nice and supportive. If you have something that you really want them to ignore for emotional reasons, I think for the most part you can share why, and then they totally will. And at the same time, if you just tell them like, guys, no, like you are asking to be bullied about that thing. You are asking to be bullied about that thing. And I think playfully you can. I think teasing is fun, and I think that teasing is a big part of the streamer chat relationship. So figuring out the things that you're comfortable being teased about and like joking back and playing back is, I think, if no bully, why victim shaped? Yeah, exactly. Then I think, oh, we've got to stretch. We're gonna stretch. Ooh, we're gonna stretch. Everyone stretch together. If you wanna. Yeah. I think that Crowley is really good at this. I think a lot of streamers are. I think Minnie is really good at this. I think Minnie does a very good job of playing bullying and getting bullied by her chat in sort of equal measure and in a playful way, making sure that everyone knows what's fun to play bullying about and making sure that she doesn't hit her chat too hard or where it hurts. I think she does a really excellent job. I think a lot of streamers do. Personally, Shoeminions and Shumi have a perfect bully and kindness dynamic. Yeah, I think they're really effective. Clippers are so fast. Wait, there's a clip of this working on YouTube already? Wait, let me see. I'm so curious. YouTube. Notifications. Oh, I'm not tagged in it. Ellie... Voice only? I have no idea how to look this up. Yeah, no, I can't find the clip. It was you talking about Vettel's buttons? Oh no. Buttons. Vettel. Ellie? We're gonna see. I'm so curious. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's there. Okay, yeah. I see it. Yeah, Allo clip. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm pretty excited to watch that later cuz I want to see this thing working. You know, that's the thing is I've only seen it work from inside of it, which makes it a little bit hard to judge how realistic it is. And I feel like I would be way better at judging how well it's working. I think there's something with the frequencies that's happening that makes it sometimes over trigger the emotion that starts with H that we will not discuss. It's that one. You see? Okay, I think this should be better now. Hungry? I am hungry actually. I'm sort of drinking soup right now. So, should we do some chemistry? And, honest opinion, actually, can we make a poll for this? Should I stay in this model, or should I go back to my normal model? That's the one, Jakowski. How can you sort of drink soup? Well, okay, there's seaweed in this soup, and I'm not getting much of the seaweed by drinking it. But I am hungry for soup, and I don't I don't want to like have spoon sounds, so I'm just kind of drinking it. Can we have normal model and Chudson? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess we could actually. So, how do I do that? How do I do that? I think I can just open a second instance of VTube Studio. I'm not exactly sure how it works with my other tracking. Give me 1 second to make sure that I have this hooked up properly. So on this one, we need another spout capture. Okay. And then in this one, we want to change to be my model. God, it is funny seeing them next to each other, isn't it? Okay, and then we want, oh, how do we need to do this? We need to connect VBridger to VTube Studio. Oh, oh no. Oh, that's horrifying. So it's not controlling it based on my existing settings, which means it's not controlling. Okay, so load, new model. Okay, so now it should be controlling it properly. We want to make this background transparent in capture. Which means we need to composite mode, pre-multiplied alpha. Okay, cool. Now we have the two of us. Now we want to go to my other VTube Studio window, this one, and we want to tell it to disconnect from VBridger, which is going to be settings, and where is it? Plugin, config and permissions. We're gonna go to VBridger. Ah, this isn't gonna work. Whoa! Oh my gosh, Rhea! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. It is so nice to see you all. Whoa! Audio only model 1 by a little. Okay, well, we'll probably have both. Rhea, hi! Welcome, raiders. So you took my genetics out of Chudson's eyes. Well, you wouldn't be my nemesis. You wouldn't be my nemesis, so now I'm taking custody of our son. This is Ellie and her big sister. Wait, what? This is Ellie and her little sister, actually. Actually, I'm bigger than this. I'm bigger than this thing. Look at this thing. I could beat this thing up. I mean, I wouldn't, but I could. Okay, so, oof, I don't love clicking this button. I don't know if this is gonna do what I want it to do. Oh, okay, yeah, that worked. So now we have one driven by my tracking, which is my normal model, and one that is just purely going off of audio. Yadam, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Rhea. Rhea, thank you again so much for the raid. Rhea is my aspirational nemesis, but I don't know if I will be so lucky. I kind of doubt that I will. Okay, so let's organize this a little bit. Let's grab this Chudson over here, and let's put her here. like this. Yeah, and then let's take the actual me and let's put me over here like this. There, I think that's pretty solid. I think that's decent, right? Your PC is probably going brr. I mean, it's not perfect, but I don't think my PC is actually freaking out that much about this. So yeah, now we can see how they look in comparison to each other. I think this is working pretty well, actually. So, okay. Now, if we go to the gamer zone, we've got to find my browser. Where is my browser? Not that browser. That browser has my camera on it. Okay, this browser is the one that we want to share. Let's go to our dashboard so that we can start learning together. And we're gonna turn on this capture, turn off this one. There we go! There we go! Oh, okay, and then I have to move this over here and make it small. Yeah, see, I think especially when it's very small, it being kind of more animated is like a good thing. Like, I feel like having more exaggerated expressions is kind of more readable at this size. And moving a little bit more. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of it? I think it's super cute. I'm really happy about it. Okay, and then we have to add a new source. Spout capture. Add existing, VTuber 2, okay. Add me over here, make me a lot smaller so that I'm not taking up the whole dang place. There we go, that's about decent. Then I need to move down, be like one click smaller there. We can make this a little bigger. There we go. There we go. That's a decent stream layout. The smaller size also allows the mouth movements to not look so unsynced. Yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot I can do about the mouth movements looking unsynced, except if I were to delay my audio. But I've talked before about why I don't really like to do that, because then when I sing along with stuff, it sounds off. Chudson won the poll, so I think you should switch places. Maybe. We'll see later if we switch places. Maybe if I'm stupid. Maybe if I'm stupid at chemistry again today. Ellie demoting herself to Chudson. Full tracking Chudson, audio only Ellie. Oh, This thing would look so cursed with audio only tracking. Like, that is one thing. I would love to eventually share this plugin. I would love for people to use it, maybe. I would love it if people liked it. But also, I think it would look horrifying on full Live 2D models. Like, I do not think that this should animate anything but a very cartoony style. Nalbar! Thank you so much for the sub! Thank you, Nalbar! Could you show us? Maybe. It would take a lot of work. I would have to duplicate it. Who made the Chudson model? It's a pay-to-use model. Oh, May, could you add somewhere, like maybe pin the link to the VGen if you have it. It's fine if not. Yeah, it's a mistake that people often make. I think that it's, can we do voice only with teeth? No, because I don't have a live 2D model for the teeth model. I could probably make a plugin for Warudo, but even with that, I don't have a Warudo model. I only have a VR chat model. And I'm sure there's a way to pipe data to VR chat that way, but oh, I don't even want to think about that. Yeah, Isa23 is the artist. Uwo would get some use out of it, you bet? I don't know. I think he kind of rocks the Fugi. I think there's something kind of like kind of amazing about it only being a Fugi that barely reacts. Like, I think it really fits him that it's just like extremely deadpan. You know? We should include Phipps in the study session. Sub goal. Listen. Phipps ain't going anywhere until we reach our sub goal about her. But yeah, I can show you guys later what it would look like. But more anime and cartoon style tracking, um, is uh, is one of those things that okay. Tracking needs to match the model. Tracking needs to match the model. If you have a super cartoony anime model with like very realistic mouth movements, it looks creepy. It looks upsetting. And at the same time, if you have a slideshow mouth on like a model like this one, a very, very flowy, you know, swishy model, it's gonna look extremely upsetting. Cerber audio only? I mean, she might like that, I don't know. But she's also really good at triggering her expressions, right? The only thing that this would really change for Cerber is that she wouldn't be able to choose the angle of her own head and when she makes what expressions. And that wouldn't really work well for her. Ready audio only? This I actually would love to see. This I think would be really fun. I think that it could be really fun to see Ready use this. But I also doesn't matter a ton. What protocol are you using to drive VTube Studio? So VTube Studio has its own like API. I'm just using the VTube Studio API, which is really, really nice. Like really extensive and just got better. It's super cool. One of my favorite things about VTube Studio is how nice their plugin ecosystem is and like how much they encourage it and how nice it is to develop VTube Studio plugins. So yeah, I'm just using their API to send data. That was actually super straightforward. Unfortunately, it didn't work in collab. What didn't work in collab? What collab? What do you mean? No duct tape needed. So we can now start studying chemistry if you guys want. We have both of our models up and kind of working. I think that yeah, she looks better smaller. The cartoon thing really reads at this size. Oh no, she's got two eyelids again. I hate when this happens. There is a key combination I think I set up for myself to press to just take them off when that happens. But yeah, it's really hard to control for. I could just have like every fixed amount of time. You know when they have two eyelids? Yeah, every fixed amount of time, if she's in an expression and it's not happy and she has that item triggered, then just like untrigger it. I think I can just add that as a thing on a timer. Yeah. Cerber does really expressive work with the puppetry that she has right now. I don't know that she really wants a different system or would benefit from a different system. You gotta give her really thick eyelashes. I think that would be disconcerting to look at. I think that would look gross, actually. You don't want to make her gross, do you? Vettel, maybe? I don't know. I don't actually know what toggles he has. I don't think he has, like, any. I think he should have angry eyebrows. I think that would be fun. Ellie's gross enough on her own. How dare you? How dare you? I'm actually very clean, neat and tidy, and not gross at all. And I'll have you know, I look like handsome Squidward, but even better. I actually do have this pimple on my jawline right now that does kind of make me look like handsome Squidward, but only on half of my face. Like if I cover half my face, I do kind of look like handsome Squidward right now, on account of that. But what I'll say about it is like for anyone looks maxing, hit me up for more tips, right? If you just get acne in the right place, it causes swelling that makes it look like your jawline is super intense, you know? So yeah, instead of bone smashing, why not try having acne as an adult? New strats unlocked. Yeah. You know what? If you're really serious about looks maxing, then what you need to do is have adult acne. Can we still do the illegal peptides? I mean, some of them will give you adult acne. Don't steroids increase acne? Don't people on steroids get like more acne? Acne maxing. Chocolate smashing. Does chocolate actually give you acne? I think that's a myth. I think that's gotta be a myth, you know? That's gotta be a myth. Guys, what is even his name? His name is escaping me. I've been putting chemistry into my brain, and somehow his name has fallen out. Looks maxing boy. Looks maxing boy. What is his name? The child who's made himself look like handsome Squidward, so he can be ignored by women in public. Clavicular! Yes! Clavicular! Yes, thank you. Yeah, I put chemistry into my brain, and his name fell out, but now it's back. Yeah, clavicular, hit me up, or you're not serious about it. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that, like, some of the illegal peptides and injections will actually give you acne. So, you know, maybe they're miles ahead of me. Maybe they've already figured this one out. Has anyone ever heard anything about clavicular on purpose? Like, I am asking this so seriously. Has anyone ever sought out information about clavicular? Because in my experience, information about clavicular is just served to you whether you wanted it or not. I don't think anyone is looking for it. I don't think anyone wants it. Right? First time you heard about it? Oh my gosh. Alex, you live a blessed existence. You live a blessed life. But for a moderation thing that was pertinent to your life? I am so curious about that, but I won't make you talk about it on stream. But I am so curious what made clavicular relevant to your life. Modding. That's fascinating. Elliot has now become the clavicular server. I just feel like you watched a video essay or two about him, and they analyzed the whole bizarre subculture around it. What I find really interesting about it, and maybe this is just me, is it feels like girl stuff. Like, okay, and I don't mean that in like a, you're a girl for looks maxing. I don't mean that at all. What I mean is like, every girl has already been exposed to the idea that one can, theoretically, by having enough money and determination, optimize oneself for attractiveness. That's just like an idea that we're raised with, right? Like every women's magazine ever is like 10 more things you can do with eyeliner to make your eyes look beautiful finally. And like, we're so numb to it that I don't even think about it anymore. It's an attempt to get boys on the same track as women for marketing. I could see that. That makes a lot of sense. What were you looking up that the algorithm started pushing him up for you? They didn't. I actually haven't seen him very much in the algorithm. I've seen memes about him, mostly in other people's Twitch chats. But like, my understanding is that, like, I've never seen anyone be like, hey, be nice, he's my favorite streamer. I love that man, he's so funny, he's very endearing. I watch him because I like his content. I've never seen anyone say this, you know? Yeah. It's really interesting to me. He OD'd a club recently? Oh god, is he okay? Am I like speaking ill of the dead? I hope he's okay, or I'm gonna feel really guilty about this. You got your nails done today and you have red and sparkly fingernails now? It's great. Nice! Dude, I really thought about getting my nails done before doing hand cam stuff. Every single time I'm like, oh, before I do hand cam stuff, I should get my nails done. And then I don't, I wait too long, and then I'm like, should I order fake nails and stick them on? And then I don't, and I wait too long, and then we're just stuck with my little nails. My chewed up little boy nails. And every time I do a hand cam, people are like, Ellie boy? Why Ellie have boy hands? Ellie has little boy hands? Little child boy hands? Little tiny baby boy hands? And I do. At this point, I guess I just have to embrace it. What color would you do? I guess if you do color, I've never really tried. I've had my nails done like once or twice in my life. I like to keep my nails short because I find it really annoying typing on a keyboard when I hear the click all the time. I don't mind the sound of other people's nails clicking on keyboards, but my own, I just don't like the feeling. I don't like the feeling of my nails hitting things first. I think it makes it harder to pick the banjo. I just don't really like the way that it feels to have longer nails. And I always feel like it looks kind of stupid and childish to have, like short painted nails. And when I say short, I mean short, short. Like I don't like my nail to extend to the end of my finger, right? I like them like before the end of my finger. You know? Everyone's asking why Ellie's hands are baby boy hands. No one is asking how Ellie's everyone's asking how Ellie's baby boy hands. No one is asking how. Wait. Everyone is asking why are Ellie's baby boy hands? No one is asking how are Ellie's baby boy hands. Thank you. Thank you. You don't have boy hands, Ellie? You don't have boy hands? I don't know, man. It happens. It happens. People say it. You just don't, you just use your hands the way a boy does, building stuff and whatnot. I mean, girls build stuff too. I've seen girls with long nails build stuff just fine. So like, clearly, I'm not just like, oh, I'm building too many things so my nails are like this. But I do prefer it. You saw an advertisement from a press-on nail company? Whoa. That put them on toes and they were stiletto? That sounds kind of unsettling. I hate the idea of the pointy claw toes, the toe claws. I don't really like that. Honestly, I find fake nails to feel really uncomfortable on myself. I tried them once for an ASMR stream so that I could tap on things, because right now when I do tapping, I don't even know if you guys can hear that. When I do tapping, you can't really hear it because it's all blunted by the sounds of my fingertips, right? My fingertips hit the table first. But at the same time, right, people love that tapping for ASMR. So I tend to prefer that in the ASMR that I listen to. I thought other people would enjoy it. I got fake nails, I stuck them on, and it was such an unpleasant sensory experience. Dude, I couldn't even take my pants off. I had to go to my sister and beg her to like unbutton my pants for me because like I couldn't even take my pants off to like get into pajamas to start streaming because of it's so annoying to do anything with fake nails on, dude. Like the way that they like, ugh, are you chubby? No. Are you? Are you? Chubby thing to say. Chubby thing to say in my chat. I didn't have to say, sis, please don't ask why. I was just like, dude, I can't do it. I can't undo the button. My nails are in the way. And she was like, I got you, you know? What did she respond? She said, she got me. When no one got you, your sister got you. Yeah, of course she helped me out, man. Of course she helped me out. But yeah, it's like really, really hard when you have fake nails on to do anything. There are people who do it and they do it really well, but it's not. Your child has evolved, I see. Congrats. Yeah, it was a sub goal and we reached it. So I wrote it and now look what she can do. Now look at all the places she can go. What's wrong with chubby? Nothing's wrong with chubby. I'm just not. Nothing is wrong with chubby, but I'm not. Your pants hang out like crazy. You need 14. You need 14 pants? That's too many pants. 30 plus age will help with that? 30 plus age will help with getting chubby? I don't know. I think a lot of it is genetics. I come from a string bean family. I think I will be string bean. I don't know. People say that stuff, but I think it really just depends on your genetics a lot. Which is the same reason why when people ask thin people for advice on losing weight, it's like, that's a bad idea because thin people don't know how to lose weight. They haven't done it before. You should ask bigger people about losing weight because they've almost certainly tried at least once. And so they probably know more about it, right? Has to do a lot with hormones too. I don't know, maybe. I don't know nothing about that really. Just ask Kurskazat. Yeah. As we've established, a very reliable source on this. Resistance to insulin helps with that? Yeah. I'm sorry. Got them Irish genes where your body stores fat? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it's not really... Oh my god, wait. I completely forgot that I was supposed to be in the call. Oh my god. I've got so many messages. I've got so many messages while I'm live and I can't read them all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm supposed to be in Ellie live in my own subathon so that people can come in and study with me if they want. Yeah, okay. So in my subathon server, I have all of the people who might want to hop in while I'm streaming or studying. And I like to wait, you're live? I'm live in there all the time, broadcasting what I'm doing so that if someone wants to hop in and hang out with me while I'm doing it, share your screen, and then we share the screen where we're doing the chemistry stuff. They can just hop in and we can talk about what I'm working on, which I think is really fun. So far, people haven't done it much, but I think it would be pretty fun if they did. Dude, I feel like this model is going crazy. I feel like this model is going crazy. So should we try changing the category again and see if changing the category to education does well and people like it, or are we good with where we are? For me, no side-eye so far. Oh, you'll see it. You will definitely see side-eye. It's just about what I'm talking about. I'm not really talking about anything that makes me angry. If we start talking really angry, you'll definitely see this. Oh yeah, there it is. See? There was the side-eye. Ellie being live during a subathon? Forget it. I'm good with changing it, but up to you. Surely Anyons will get side-eye. No! No, she's got too many eyelids again. The eyelid, someone call the eyelid police. We have an emergency. Okay, she's back to normal. She's back to normal. I don't know. I can probably write something to fix that now. Guys, do you want me to fix that in code right now, or do we just want to have the possibility of extra eyelids be a thing that can happen when my chud son grows extra eyelids? Please, please, I need to get surgery for my chud son and her messed up eyelids. Add a wastebasket to collect them all. Ew, that's so gross. And then at the end of stream, we could count how many eyelids are in the garbage. 10 jumping jacks. Yes. Yes, aye. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I'm back. Should we add like a label above her that says like driven by audio only? She's still learning. Be nice. Always jumping jacks, never jumping Janes. Yeah, truly. Ellie's secret misogynist, never jumping Janes. It never occurred to me before, but this might be the greatest scandal ever. I can't get my. I need like a clip or something that can hold. Ooh, actually, I have an idea, guys. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer with an idea. I've done it. I've fixed it. Okay, now oh no, she has an idea. I just clipped the wire to my mic stand so that it wasn't like on my hand while I was using my mouse, which was really annoying to use because it kept falling onto my mouse. The engineers with ideas are the scariest kind. Yeah, I mean, that's how this thing got born. It's like kind of crazy to think in hindsight about the things that I've put the most work into as a streamer and the things that people enjoyed most in my streaming. Like, it's always funny. You can never predict it. You can never predict it at all. Like, you have no way of knowing as a VTuber which projects people are gonna like and which they're not. You wait until you need to do jumping lunges? That's how most things got born, I think. Oh no! 10 squats! Let's go! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 10. Okay. Next is 10 push-ups. I can't do 10 push-ups. I can do like 1 or 2 push-ups. I absolutely cannot. I cannot do a pull-up. I can't even begin to do a pull-up, man. Not even for a second. Oh, yeah. An example of you not knowing what's going to pay off and what's not. So, 10 burpees when? Oh, ooh. Um, okay, so for Stupid Heart, I made the song, and then I also made a game to go with the song. I spent so much time on that game. I don't think, like, anyone played it. A few people played it, but I don't think anyone really cared about the game, right? I was like, so like you do these projects, and you know, some people like them, obviously, and I do appreciate that. It's not like I'm minimizing that, but you just have no idea when you're planning projects what people are going to love and what people are going to feel almost nothing about, you know? So you've got to just try a lot of things and see what's successful with your community, what they like and what they don't. For example, okay, let me give another example. When I released Same Moon, I thought it was going to be really, really successful because I Don't Want to Be an Engineer was at that point like my most successful song. And I was like, oh, people like soft jazzy stuff from me. So if I make a song that's kind of like soft jazz, people are going to love that again. But Same Moon is one of my least listened to songs. Now, I love that song. I think it's one of my best that I've released, and I'm glad that a lot of people do like it. But, you know, it has not done as well as I expected it to. And I think, you know, that's like fine, whatever. But my point is just that you never know. You can't really predict this stuff. When I released Same Moon, I thought it was going to be like, this is the song that people are going to know. And it's not. That's Bugs and which didn't get popular until much later. Bugs was actually not that popular for a long time. Bugs was like way underneath Afar for a long time. And you know, so you just never know, you know? And Stupid Heart, which I thought the thing that was going to be popular about Stupid Heart was like, oh my gosh, you made a game to go with your song, but no one even knows about the game. And yeah, I like you make other projects thinking like no one is going to care about this, and then people love it, and it's like really affirming and lovely. So my point is not, you know, disappointment, because sometimes you're really pleasantly surprised. I mean, I Don't Want to Be an Engineer. I didn't expect that to go anywhere. Like, I'm going to be so honest about that song. I did that cover pretty fast. I did that cover like real quick. I did like 2 audio takes. I did like only 1 take for the harmonies, and I was not happy about that take. I removed the breaths a little aggressively because I didn't really know what I was doing at the time. But the point is, I made that cover really fast. I didn't really expect it to go anywhere. It was just that kind of in the heat of the moment during the raid, I had promised that I would. I don't remember if it was during the raid or the following stream, but people were like, oh, can you cover I Don't Want to Be an Engineer? And I was like, oh God, okay. And I just like made the cover really fast. And yo, thank you so much, Derping Pleb. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that you liked the concert. I'm so glad you liked the concert. But yeah, I didn't really know that anyone was going to listen to it in their free time. And I put it on Spotify kind of on a whim after the fact. I didn't even know how to put it up because, like, I don't have the official name of the person who wrote it. So, like, I didn't expect it to go anywhere. I didn't expect anyone to really listen. And then people did. And I'm like, I'm honored and I'm excited. But then I was like, people like when I do soft jazz. I'll write a soft jazz. I mean, I didn't decide to write a soft jazz song, but I was like, this soft jazz song that I'm writing, people are going to love it because they love when I do soft jazz. And then, you know, there are people who love Same Moon. I love Same Moon. I'm happy I put it out. I'm proud of it. And I might be doing a version of it with Serafina in Mandarin, and I'm really excited. But yeah, it turns out they just hate engineering. Yeah, I just need to write a whole album about the problems with the tech industry these days. That'll go crazy. Do you plan to make a song with the smallest guitar? Maybe. I need to do some work on the smallest guitar. I need to do some work on the plan. I need to like take some time and sketch it out. Yeah, tech industry docky. Ain't your fault you don't know. Exactly. So sometimes I see people getting really obsessed with like, you have to look at your own analytics, and if you do something and people like it, you have to do more of it, and you have to figure out what people like. And yeah, Engineer is a cover. I didn't write that song. It's from the Neuro ARG. and the author is not information anyone is allowed to share. I I can't. I like so I had no idea what to put because I wrote to Buttons asking him like, can I like who wrote this? Who do I put as the writer in Spotify? And he was like classified, and I was like, okay. What do I put? So I just put the name of the person who was like put as the writer in the existing version on Spotify of Neuro's version. And it turns out that that person had ripped the audio from YouTube and uploaded it to Spotify without permission of the writer or of Buttons himself. And so I had to, I have to live with that all the time. Like, that person gets half of the revenue from that song. And they didn't write it, but I thought they did. I also didn't think that anyone was gonna listen to it. So I had no way of knowing that it was going to be a big deal when I released it. But now this person gets, half of the revenue forever. You should play Same Moon? We've never heard it? I think most of you have probably heard Same Moon. I think a lot of you have probably heard Same Moon. You can't correct that? Nah, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Why is Turtle Buttons? Okay, so I was like packing all of my plushes to bring with me, and I don't have his plush with me because my niece saw it and she was like, I love it! I've named him Buttons, can I keep him? And I didn't know what to say to her. I have to protect her smile. It's not like I can get a new one. They're not available anymore. But I told her that she could hold on to it for a little while. So his name is Buttons, and I don't have him. I don't have him, which I'm pretty sad about. I should have gotten to. I should have known this would happen. She has her own code bug because I knew that she was going to want to steal mine if she saw it. She also stole my Gooby. Like I have my little Churchy plush, and she stole my little Gooby plush, and she stole the Worm Pal. Sorry, I got that backwards. She stole the Worm Pal from my Gooby. She stole the Worm Pal from my Gooby. So I'm wormless, but I am fully goobed. But even goobed, I lack a worm. Yeah, so she's got her little paws all over my plushies, but that's all right because she has the biggest freaking eyes in the world, and I can't say no to her. So you've got to get her a plush every time you get one. I do now. I I didn't know then. Yeah. So yeah, Gooby's gonna be hungry. What will I feed Gooby? So. Wormless, but a little goobed. So, I guess we could get started on chemistry if we wanted. I guess we could learn some chemistry. Stoichiometry and the mole. That sounds like a band. Good morning anyone just coming in. It's finally time for us to start studying. I've been, just kind of looking at this thing. I've just kind of been looking at it, like, too much. Like, too much. I've just been regarding it. I have it up on my other monitor now so that I can check and look occasionally to make sure that we don't get extra eyelids, which I hope we don't. But I'll actually be right back. I'll be right back. I want to get some tea and refill my water, and then we'll start studying. One moment, everyone. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. And it's time. It is the time of... What if the chibi fell asleep when you go AFK during the cam streams? That's actually super cute. I might implement that, maybe. It'll be a little hard because I'll have to make a GIF of Z's rising, and then I'll have to import that as an item, and then I'll have to make that trigger and give her a more intense breathing animation, maybe turn up the physics, and have her close her eyes and just trigger the breathing animation, and make it slower? Maybe? Nah, I think if they take the periodic table away again, I'll just whine about it, actually. I think if they do that, then I'll just whine about it. Cause, you know, I like to whine. I feel like whining is kind of, part of my love language. I feel like that's how you show that you're, like, comfortable being vulnerable around someone, is you whine at them. So I'm definitely gonna whine. Better yet, just do the bubble on the nose for sleeping? Maybe. If I can find a good gif of it that's, like, that has the usage rights, then I might. In that case only. Oh my god! Oh my god. Wait, May just said don't use this, but I want to use it. Can I use it? Please? Please, I want to use it. I think it's funny. Oh, okay, she can't stop me. She's not a cop. Sometimes I forget that Maple actually can't stop me. Is this gonna work? I'm a little bit scared of what this is gonna do. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it works perfectly, actually. Okay, how do we like that? Is that good? How do we feel about that? It's a little hard to read. Bigger? How's that? Do we like that? I think this works. Incredible. Okay. Please be patient with me, powered by sentiment analysis. Perfection. But now we need to move the whole situation down a little bit so that we can see the top of the hat. Okay, perfect. Now we're ready to learn chemistry. A while into our stream. It has been a while to get to this point in our stream, and I am so sorry. Yeah, reminder that you can always tip Maple. It'll make a little sound. It'll show a cute little gif of Maple. I love her. I couldn't do any of this without her. She is such a huge part of why my stream is as not scuffed as it is, even. And it's pretty scuffed, but it would be so much more scuffed without her, believe me. And I really appreciate that. And if you appreciate that too, feel free to drop Maple a tip. Via tipping Maple. Oh, okay, wait. We gotta do something about the fact that we gotta, like, make her smaller a smidge. Okay, there we go. Now it all fits. Now I think even if I'm speaking really excitedly, if I'm happy, if I'm so happy, yeah, now the top of the hat doesn't disappear just by default. Okay, cool. The time has come. 37 minutes late to class. Oh, actually much more than that. Oh, God. We're an hour and 33 minutes late to class. Whoops. Sometimes I have nightmares that I'm that late to class. Oh, God. Dude, I have nightmares all the time where I'm like, oh, no, I forgot I am in this class. Oh, I forgot to do the homework. Oh, I'm late to class, right? I have these nightmares all the time, and when I wake up, I comfort myself by being like, oh, no, honey, baby, you can lie back down. Don't even worry about it because you're not in school anymore. You're never gonna be in school anymore. You don't even have to think about those ideas. But it turns out that I am gonna be in school anymore, and I do have to think about those ideas, and the nightmares will be back, and I have nothing left to keep them at bay. Wish me luck! You regularly wake up, look at the time, and think, an hour left until school! Yeah, none of us are safe. None of us are ever fully safe from that. It's your 30th birthday today! Bonsai, happy birthday! Wait. Whoop. Okay, let me turn on the volume for my banjo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bonsai. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, happy birthday. Okay, so are we finally gonna do some chemistry? Let's find out. Maybe, maybe not. I have to move this window so I can see the eyelids again so I can make sure that we're all okay there. Okay, cool. It's chemistry time. Maybe. Maybe. Of course, Bonsai! Let's resume our high school chemistry. Ah, we've got a stretch. Very nice. Very nice. I mostly stretch my back when you guys, like, redeem stretch, but I'm never sure if I should be, like, stretching other things too? How long of a stretch should I do? Will you do organic chemistry too after this one? So I was gonna be doing, just up to chemical bonding and chemical reactions, maybe. And then I was gonna switch over to bio, because the bio course that I want to take has, like, prerequisite chemistry information that I need to know. 9 minutes of stretching. You're gonna be doing a lot of squats, probably stretch your thighs, yeah? Yeah, I feel like they're pretty stretched at this point. So we're gonna be doing chemistry possibly up through reactions, maybe just up through bonding, and then we're gonna start bio, and we're gonna see how I do at it, and if I'm doing well at bio, then we won't probably go back to chemistry, but if we're not doing well at bio, we might go back to chemistry for a little bit, and then we'll be doing, we might start touching organic chem. I doubt we're gonna have time to get much into it, but if we do, it would be kind of amazing, because I know it's going to be a big part of what I'm doing at school, and I am actually terrified. I am actually pretty terrified. Yeah, we're doing, like, college, intro-level college bio, so I need to know more chemistry than I know. Okay. I think this is where we were? Yeah, we had just finished this. Potassium iodide is composed of potassium and iodine ions that are attracted to each other. What will this form? Okay. Let's figure out why things are salts, because I don't actually know. Ionic bonds form between oppositely charged ions, so you may think of a salt like sodium chloride as being composed of individual sodium chloride molecules. It's not an Na+, just attracts not just one Cl-, but all the Cl- ions around it. This is true of all the ions in a solid. So ionic solids arrange themselves in a repeating lattice structure like the model shown below. Is this what a salt is? Ah, okay. Therefore, they attract each other. However, not all substances are compounds. For example, helium gas is composed solely of individual helium atoms. Okay, so it's only a compound if it contains different elements. You heard assault. No reason to call the police. We are talking about salts, not assault. Thank goodness. Which labels apply to diamond? Well, not salt. Sorry, something fell over. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Okay. Could you? Could you guys hear that? Oh, we heard that? Yeah, okay. So there is a frame in my window. You're sure there was no assault? That's the police. So, there's a frame that was in my window. That was, you thought there was an explosion sound from a soundboard. There was a frame that was in my window, with a hole in it so that I could, put my air conditioning exhaust through that hole, because I only have like a portable AC. And the frame fell out of the window. Luckily, it fell inward, and I don't think it broke anything. So, you know. Yeah, so everything I think is fine. But at some point I have to go fix that. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah, the ghost got me, man. The ghost got me. That scared me. Oh my gosh. So just the frame, not the AC. Yeah, the AC is on the floor. Very happy, just fine. The AC is fine, just on the floor. But the big particle board frame in the window fell out. Sounded like a whole AC fell out the window? Nah, I don't have a window unit. I do not have a window unit. I have one of the big portable units. And it works decently well. Decently well. And I think it's better to have the AC on the floor because I've always been worried about window units falling. Like, I don't know. Especially in New York, I was really, really scared of that. It was just kind of this perpetual awareness that I had of just like, if this fell out of the window, it could kill someone. And so now, even when I live like not on a high story, I still have a little bit of that fear, and there's still a part of me that's like, oh, thank God, you know? Tarcissus, thank you so much. Tarsicius, I'm not sure, but Tarcissus, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, choose all the answers that apply. We're gonna go through these more carefully and decide what each are. Okay, molecules more than of two or more atoms covalently bonded together. Okay, so two or more covalent bonds, that is what makes it a molecule. Diatomic elements. Some elements do not exist alone in nature as individual atoms. These diatomic elements are found as covalently bonded pairs, like O2, H2, N2, F2, chlorine 2, iodine 2, bromine 2. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Covalent network solids. Though many covalently bonded substances consist of molecules, some do not. Instead, some covalent substances are bonded together in a network. An example of a covalent network solid is silica, SiO2. What? The main compound of most sand. An atomic model of silica is shown below, consisting of a network of silicon and oxygen atoms. Oh, okay, cool. So it's not just like individual clusters. It's like a whole network. Okay, cool. So that's a covalent network solid. Diatomic elements are just the same guy, but he happens twice because he's covalently bonded to himself. He's his own best friend. And molecules are covalently bonded groups of two or more. Wait a minute. Two or more atoms. It doesn't have to be two or more elements. So, a diatomic element bonded to itself can still be a molecule. O2 is still a molecule. Okay, cool. Cool. Compounds. A compound is a chemical substance composed of two or more different elements. Okay, so a compound is what I thought that was. You can't remember any of this? It's been like 16 years now? Hey, join the whole club. Everyone's refreshing. I also don't know any of this. I don't know. So a lot of it I never knew. But a lot of it I've just forgotten. But a lot of it I never knew. I never really learned a lot of chemistry. Sodium chloride is an example of an ionic compound because it contains sodium and chloride. Okay. Ionically bonded together. In fact, all salts are compounds because only ions of opposite charge and therefore different elements attract each other. Okay, cool. So a compound is just any group bonded covalently or ionically with multiple different elements in it. So, helium gas, not a molecule. Not a salt, not a compound. Oxygen gas, yes, a molecule, not a salt, not a compound. Water, yes, a molecule, not a salt, yes, a compound. Sodium chloride, not a molecule. Why is it not a molecule? Ah, because molecules have to be covalently bonded. Not a molecule, yes, a salt, yes, a compound. Okay, cool. Molecules are only covalent. Okay, cool. I think we're ready. A salt is a substance composed of cations and anions ionically bonded together. Cool. Okay. I think we are ready. Oh, what is chemicals? Last but not least, let's talk about chemicals. A chemical or chemical substance is a substance with a definite composition. In other words, we can describe what elements the substance is made of, their ratio, and how they're arranged. Okay, cool. That's just really broad. Chemicals are just really broad. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, I think about it now. Every time I say assault, I think about assault, and it... I can't unhear it. I can't not hear it. It's so bad. Okay. Choose all answers that apply. Potassium iodide is not a molecule because it's not covalent. Yes, a salt, because it's two oppositely charged ions. I forget compound. It is a chemical. What did they ever? I think compound was just two or more, right? Compound is just like not just the same thing over and over again. So I think that's correct. Diamond is composed of carbon atoms covalently bonded together in a network. So diamond is a molecule because they're covalently bonded. Diamond is not a salt. Diamond is not a compound because it's only carbon. Diamond is a chemical. A sample of acetone is composed of many separate covalently bonded C3H6O groupings. Okay. Which labels apply to acetone? Separate covalently bonded. Remember covalent networks? Yeah. Huh. I'm not actually sure about this one. Oh, we should do check on the others just to make sure that I'm right. Okay, this one isn't right. Is it not a molecule? Two or more atoms covalently bonded together. Well, it's definitely that. Okay, let's check this one first because it's the first question. So that one's correct. So it is a molecule because it's composed of carbon atoms covalently bonded together. And a molecule can be just the same element over and over again. People keep saying not a molecule, but I'm pretty sure they're wrong. I'm pretty sure it is a molecule. Is a network of just carbon, so not a molecule. Okay, wait. So what is it that I'm missing here about molecules? Samples of molecular substances consist of lots of individual molecules. For example, an oxygen tank is full of individual molecules. A glass of water is full of individual H2O molecules. Okay, so if it's a network, it's not a molecule. So there's just kind of a maximum size on molecule. That seems weird to me. Like what's to stop it from just being a giant molecule? Well, I guess there's no smallest unit. There's no repeated small unit. It's just one giant thing. A mass of stuff versus a collection of smaller units. So if we take that away, then we are correct. It doesn't have more than one type of atom. That's not a requirement for molecule. O2 is a molecule. It's in our examples. So there is no requirement in molecule for it to have multiple kinds of elements. It can have just one. I don't know, but is a lattice its own thing? A diamond lattice. We looked at, I think they called them networks above. Where was it? diatomic elements. Covalent network solids. Yeah, they called them networks above. But yeah, we did go over those. As a former research chemist, I'm not sure I like their definition here. Well, I'm glad to have you here. I'm sure that you can do better than I can for sure. And I don't know. I would love to hear what you would say instead. I think that would probably be really interesting and helpful. Okay, so this is a molecule because it's made of many of these units. It's not a salt because they're not oppositely charged ions. It is a compound because there's more than one of them. I'm not sure if it's a chemical. Yes, it is a chemical. Okay, cool. Cool, okay. Ready to practice. We're gonna practice. Covalent bonds form between two nonmetals. Yeah. A single covalent bond involves one shared pair of electrons, or 2 electrons total. A double covalent bond involves 2 shared pairs, or 4 electrons total. A triple covalent bond involves 3, with 6 total. Woohoo! Nonmetals form covalent bonds, shared electron pairs with other atoms. Complete the statement. The number of covalent bonds a nonmetal forms is equal to the number of additional electrons the nonmetal needs to fill its valence shell. Yeah, ideally, because it's trying to fill that shell. In general, nonmetals in the same... Oh, I keep forgetting, man. I think period is row and group is column. Yeah, okay, we got it. We have improved our skills. Predicting covalent bonds, ready to practice. Nitrogen forms covalent bonds with which of these elements? I guess it could with hydrogen. Show periodic table. Show periodic table. Nitrogen is here. So who would form? Probably people in the same group. I need to stop personifying them. It would definitely with nitrogen. Wouldn't with neon. Nothing does with neon. And it wouldn't with lithium. That wouldn't be a covalent bond. Okay, cool. Yeah! We're starting to understand. Which programmer site is this from? This is all Khan Academy. I think Khan Academy is really good. I've been enjoying using it. I'm not sponsored. I wish I were. Hey, Khan Academy, you're like a free platform with no reason to sponsor anyone because you're entirely donation driven. But if you want to do a donathon with me or something, I don't know, man. I'd do a donathon with you. Okay. Which of these elements forms the same number of covalent bonds? Yeah, this is entirely free. All of this is free. There are a ton of lessons, too. There's, like, a ton of subjects. It's not just this. You can take everything from, like, personal finance to, like... Dude, you can take, like, anything on here. They have, like, literature courses on here. Okay. Which of these elements forms the same number of covalent bonds, shared electron pairs, as phosphorus does? Okay. Where's my boy phosphorus? So we're looking for something in the same group as phosphorus. Nitrogen! Let's go! For each nonmetal below, identify how many covalent bonds, shared electron pairs, it forms with the other atoms to fill its valence shell. Okay, hydrogen forms 1, because it only needs 1. Carbon needs 4. Nitrogen needs 3. Oxygen needs 2. Chlorine needs 1. Yeah! Woo! Okay. Sulfur dichloride and potassium chloride are both chlorine compounds. Which of these compounds is covalently bonded? It's sulfur dichloride, right? Yeah. We've improved our skills. We get the dopamine sound. Ready to practice. Isopropyl alcohol, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen is mixed with water to form rubbing alcohol. While their lessons aren't perfect in their definitions and reasoning, keep in mind the course is intended to give the average 15-year-old 10th grader who may have zero interest in sciences a general understanding of the concepts. Yeah. You can always pursue things further on your own, but I think it's a really good jumping off point, which is the same way I feel about Duolingo. A lot of people will ask me, like, why do you use Duolingo? It's not, you're not going to become fluent that way. And it's like, I'm not really trying to become fluent through Duolingo. I don't think that you become fluent through Duolingo. But if you're doing the other things you would do to become fluent, speaking with people who speak the language, reading and watching stuff in the language, like if you're doing those things already, working through a grammar book on your own, then I think Duolingo is a really good way to practice, to get new vocabulary. It's like flashcards. Like I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I think people are so hard on it. Okay. I've given up some hope that anyone will ever join my Subathon live chats while I'm studying. I don't think anyone wants to study chemistry with me. In my head, I was like, all my friends are going to be in the live channel all the time when I'm studying. Sorry, I just have to adjust the fan 1 sec. It was like pointing directly at me, and I hate the feeling. It like nothing is more overstimulating than like air blowing on me. Oh my god. When I get into someone's car and they have the air just like pointing directly at the passenger seat blowing at me, it's like I'm being waterboarded. Like I can't even explain what's wrong. I just make a sound like when you point a hose at a dog and they put their mouth in it and they go like, you know, like I like make that sound of being just like blasted with air in my face. And I can't. Yes, the worst thing about airplanes. I bring a blanket on an airplane with me so that I can like put it over my face. Yeah, the warble garble sound. Exactly. That's what it feels like when the air is pointing at my face. I can't stand it. So yeah, war garble. You're tall, so you have the air blowing in your armpits? That sounds awesome, actually. I wouldn't mind that. The air can blow in my armpits all at once, but I don't want air blowing in my face, man. Okay, based on your understanding of covalent bonds, which Lewis structure correctly represents an isopropyl alcohol molecule? Okay. C3H8O. So first of all, we can just make sure that 8. Okay, so are these C's double bonded? Double bond? Is that a double bond? No, it's not. It's not. Is this a double bond? No, it's not. I think this is correct. Yeah! Woo! Okay. Next question. Eugenol is present in the oil extracted from a clove, a spice used to flavor tea, baked goods, and sauces. Eugenol gives cloves its spicy, sweet scent. The Lewis structure of a eugenol molecule is shown below. One of the bonds has been replaced with a question mark. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are double bonded. Double bond. Mm-hmm. Dopamine. Aspirin is a medicine used to treat pain, fever, and other conditions. The Lewis structure of an aspirin molecule is shown below. Complete the structure to identify patterns in the in the aspirin molecule. Each hydrogen atom forms one covalent bond and has... I don't actually know what a lone pair is here. I don't understand what they mean by a lone pair. What do you guys think that means? Oh, like that. Oh, 0 lone pairs then. Each carbon atom forms 3 well, not each carbon atom. Cause these have a different number, right? These have 3, these have 4. These, well, yeah, they all form 4. 4 covalent bonds and have 0 lone pairs. Is that true? Yes, all of them form 4. Each oxygen atom forms 2 covalent bonds and has 2 lone pairs. Okay? Yeah! We are understanding this. If it kills us. Cinnamaldehyde is present in the bark of cinnamon trees. It gives cinnamon its taste and color. The Lewis structure of a cinnamaldehyde molecule is shown below, with one of its atoms replaced by an X. The atom in the cinnamaldehyde molecule is... Okay, so it's somebody... who needs to... It could be oxygen? Could be oxygen. Yeah! Let's go! Metallic bonds. We're learning. We're learning.
Now, the last type of bond I'm going to talk about is known as the metallic bond, which I think I know a little bit about because I was the lead singer of a metallic bond in high school. But I'll talk about that in future videos. But let's just take one of our metallic atoms here.
That one was
iron is a good example. Iron is maybe one of the most referred to metals. And so let's say we have a bunch of iron atoms. So Fe, Fe,
Guys, what's your favorite metallic bond?
Hope you can read that. These are all iron atoms. And if they're just atoms by themselves, they're going to be neutral. But when they are mushed together, they will form a metallic bond. Makes sense because they're metals. And what's interesting about metallic bonds, I'll draw it down here, is that metals like to share their electrons with the other metals. It kind of forms the sea of electrons. So what it can look like is each of the irons lose an electron. I'll draw it a little bit bigger. So let's say this is Fe plus. So it has a positive charge. Fe plus has a positive charge. Fe plus. These are all iron ions, you can imagine. Fe plus. And we're imagining that they have this positive charge because they've all contributed an electron to this sea of electrons. So you have an electron here, which has a negative charge. And electrons are not this big, but this is just so that you can see it. The electron here that has a negative charge. And so you can imagine these positive ions are attracted to the sea of negativity, the sea of negative electrons. Another way to think about it is that metals, when they bond in metallic bonds, they will have overlapping valence electrons. And those valence electrons are not fixed to just one of the atoms. They can move around. And this is what gives metals many of the characteristics we associate with metals. It conducts electricity because these electrons can move around quite easily. It makes them malleable. You can bend it easily. You can imagine these iron ions in this pudding or this sea of electrons. So you can bend it, it doesn't break. Well, if you were to take a bar of salt right over here, and if you were to try to bend it, it's very rigid. It is going to break. So there we have it, the types of bonds. And it's important to realize that you can view it as something of a spectrum. At one end, you have things like ionic bonds, where one character swipes an electron from another character and says, hey, but now we're attracted to each other. And you get something like salt. Or you have covalent bonds, where we outright share electrons. And then you have things in between covalent bonds and ionic bonds, where the sharing is not so equal, and you get polar covalent bonds. And then another form, I guess you could say, of extreme sharing is the metallic bonds, where you just have this communal sea of electrons.
Wait, that's so cute. That one's so good. Van Halen. Well, but you know, but it wouldn't be halogen. But I love it anyway. I love it anyway. Predicting bond types.
In a previous video, we introduced ourselves to the idea of bonds between atoms. And we talked about the types of bonds: ionic, covalent, and metallic. In this video, we're going to dig a little bit deeper and talk about the types of bonds that are likely to be formed between different elements. And to understand that, I'm going to introduce a broad classification of the elements. And in general, we're just going to think about things as metals and as non-metals.
So these are the
So before I even point out on the periodic table of elements what are the metals and what are the non-metals and maybe what are the ones that are in between, what are the properties of metals? Well, generally speaking, they conduct electricity. Conduct electricity. They tend to be malleable, which is just a fancy way of saying that you can bend them without breaking. And generally speaking, and there's exceptions to this, they are solid at room temperature. So I'll say solid at room temperature. Now, what do you think the properties of nonmetals are going to be? Well, generally speaking, they're going to be the opposite of this. Nonmetals, generally speaking, at room temperature are often not solid. They're oftentimes gases. They are not going to conduct electricity well. Now, when you look at a periodic table of elements, how do you divide the metals from the nonmetals? Well, that's what this little scratchy yellow line I'm drawing is trying to indicate. So everything above and to the right of this yellow line is a nonmetal. And if you look at the color code from the folks who made this periodic table of elements, everything in this yellow color that we have here, so hydrogen and carbon and nitrogen and oxygen and fluorine, I could keep going, these are all nonmetals. And it is the case that generally speaking, at room temperature, they will be in a gas form and they will not conduct electricity well. These things in blue we've talked about in other videos. These are the noble gases. So these are also nonmetals. The people who made this periodic table of elements put them in their own color because you could view them as a subclass of nonmetals. And they tend to be very inert. They don't interact with other things. They don't tend to form any of these bonds. Now, everything else you can consider in some form to be a metal. And the reason why this periodic table of elements has different colors is that there's subclassifications of the metals. But generally speaking, all of these things that you see right over here below this scratchy yellow line have the properties, generally speaking, of conducting electricity, being malleable, being solid at room temperature. And these things that straddle this yellow line right over here, these things that are in this kind of bluish green kind of color, these are sometimes viewed as metalloids because they have some properties of metals and some properties of nonmetals.
I remember.
But generally speaking, if you know whether the things reacting are metals or nonmetals, you can oftentimes predict what type of bond is going to form. So for example, if I have a bond between a metal and a non-metal, what type of bond do you think is going to form? Well, when you bond between a metal and a nonmetal, and we saw an example of that in that first video on bonding, say a metal like sodium and then a nonmetal like chlorine, we saw that chlorine will swipe an electron, the sodium might lose one, then the chlorine atom becomes a chloride anion, and then the sodium atom becomes a sodium cation, and then they become attracted to each other, and then you form an ionic bond. So this tends to form ionic bonds. Now, what if you were to have a nonmetal with a nonmetal? Nonmetal times 2. So two nonmetals bound, I'm having trouble saying it, two nonmetals bonding to each other. What do you think is going to happen? Well, we saw that as an example in that first video, where we said, well, what happens if oxygen bonds to oxygen? Well, we saw that was a covalent bond, and that is generally the case. When you have two nonmetals form bonds, it is covalent.
I need to
and
not
then
be,
last
I
but
need
not
to not
least,
be
and this
so
might be the most
enthralled with
obvious one
these.
of them all, what do you think happens when you have two metals forming a bond? Well, you can imagine that will be a metallic bond.
Once again, we probably could have skipped the video. Okay. PETE is used in many products. Recyclable PET objects are labeled with a 1. PETE is composed of long chains of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen atoms bonded together. Complete this statement. PET chains are held together by carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. That's going to be covalent. Lead pipes have been used to carry water since Roman times. However, if it's not properly maintained, lead pipes can contaminate water and cause lead poisoning. Okay, cool. I mean, not cool, but, you know, cool. But, like, not cool. Obviously, that's a bad thing. Pure lead is held together by... I mean, I assume metallic, because, you know, lead is a metal, but I don't know why I felt like I had to check anyway. Yeah! Next, yeah. Ellie thinks lead poisoning is cool? 2 Ellies, yes. One Ellie is powered by tracking, while the other Ellie is powered only by the sound of my voice. So, you know, your mileage may vary. I'm actually curious at the end of this which Ellie you thought was overall more expressive, like which Ellie was more engaging to look at, and which Ellie was responding better to the subject matter. I'm actually curious which it would be, because I have no idea. I feel like I'm not doing that good a job of piloting my model right now, and so honestly, maybe she's doing better. Someone said Nickelback, and that works too. Yeah, that is pretty good. That is pretty good. Potassium bromide is held together by... Oh, you want to know what lead tastes like because it's supposedly sweet? You know, I do understand you. I do understand you. I too wonder. Like, because if they were using it as a sweetener, it must have been pretty sweet. It must have tasted pretty good. But then again, I don't know. We use like Splenda as a sweetener, and Splenda tastes disgusting. So, you know, maybe we're not missing that much. And obviously, please don't eat lead. Because you will you'll make yourself unwell and possibly dead. So don't do that. Okay, potassium bromide is held together by ionic bonds. Next question. Bacon is composed of barium and carbonate bonded together. As a mineral, barium carbonate is called witherite. Witherite! Oh my god, that sounds like a fanfic name. Oh my god. Complete the statement. In witherite, barium and carbonate are held together by... ionic bond. Yeah! We understand. We understand. Minecraft type. Minecraft type. It sounds like a Minecraft effect. It does. Okay, we're gonna take our quiz, and we're gonna ace it, obviously. Oxygen forms covalent bonds with which of these elements? Hydrogen. Oxygen. That's it. Next question. Propane, C3H8, is a fossil fuel. It's stored in pressure tanks so it can be transported as a liquid. Propane is used for heating... Oh, we gotta stretch? It's stretching time. Everybody stretch! I feel like... maybe we should do some toe touching right now. Ah, yeah. And remember to stretch in the opposite direction as well when you stretch, because my gym teacher said that was a good idea, and I believe her for some reason, even though I'm pretty sure that the educational requirements for teaching gym class at that time were like, did you remember to wear pants this morning? You got pants on? Yeah, you could teach gym class. Okay. Based on your understanding of covalent bonds, which Lewis structure properly, correctly represents a propane molecule. So these shouldn't be double bonded. These shouldn't be double bonded. This one is correct. Because carbon only wants 4. So it's already got 3. Why would this be a double bond? When you were a kid, you were obsessed with the periodic table since it was like Pokemon but for basic matter? Was disappointed when you found out most of the universe is just the first few? Wait, this is the cutest thing I've ever read. That's like a new type of nerd. I didn't even know they made that kind. Oh my god, you must have been so excited. You were like, wow, I'm gonna be the very best. I'm gonna catch lithium. Lithium is a very dangerous Pokemon. Oh my gosh. Okay. PP chains. Excuse me? Polypropylene, or PP, is a plastic used in many products. Okay, come on, Ellie. You're a grown woman. Recyclable PP products are labeled with a 5. PP is composed of long chains of carbon and hydrogen atoms bonded together. Get yourself together. Complete the statement. PP chains are held together by... I have to go back and read. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Of carbon and hydrogen atoms bonded together. Well, that's going to be covalent. Okay, we kept it together. Very good job, everyone. I think we've done excellent work today. I'm very proud of us for not laughing at that. Which of these would be held together by a covalent bond? 2 non-metals. Because they're sharing, because they want, and so they can share with each other to get. Held together by your bros. Vitamin C, ascorbic acid, is an essential nutrient and antioxidant. It's present in many fruits and vegetables. The Lewis structure of a vitamin C molecule is shown below. One of the bonds has been replaced by a question mark. Oh-ho! Okay, so that's a double bond because it ain't got nothing there. The PP is sharing. The PP is man! Okay. That's a double bond right there. That's a double bond. We can find the double bond here. We passed our quiz. Up next is the unit test. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready for the unit test? Let's freaking go! I'm actually very nervous about this. I'm actually extremely nervous. Oh, okay. I think we can do this. I think by our powers combined, by the power of friendship, I think we are capable of taking on this unit test. But I am nervous. Let's go, boys! Let's go, boys! Okay. Let's do it. Which of these elements forms the same number of covalent bonds as bromine does? Yeah, bromine is only going to form 1, so we're looking for someone else who's only going to form 1, like chlorine. Yeah, okay. The formula for the sulfite ion is SO3, and it's got a charge of -2. You can't fail if you don't take it. Yeah, you're just gonna watch me fail. Based on this information, which 2 formulas below represent neutral compounds? Choose 2 answers. Okay. So it's got a charge of -2, which means it needs something with a charge of +2. Lithium has 1 to give, so it would need 2 of them. Calcium has 2 to give, so it would need 1 of them. Exactly! We did it! Okay. Aluminum is lightweight and malleable. It is commonly used to make cans and foil. It can easily be recycled. Pure aluminum is held together by metallic bonds. We got this. 2 metals. Oh, they're forming a metallic bond. Next question. Group 2 elements are called alkaline earth metals. When exposed to air, pure alkaline earth metals react quickly to form ionic compounds. Therefore, they're often stored in a noble gas to prevent contact with air. Okay. To produce stable ions, alkaline earth metals need to lose 2 electrons. They're in group 2, yeah. To form ions with a charge of -2. Yeah, they lost 2 electrons, so they have a charge of +2. I'm dumb. Okay. Yeah! We did it, we did it. Fill in the table by selecting the correct IUPAC name for each formula. Disgusting. I hate this. Okay, this one is gonna be rubidium chloride, I guess. Monochloride? I don't know. Could be one of these. I don't really know. Yeah, fill in the table by selecting the correct I-cup name for each formula. Blech. Okay. I hate the nomenclature ones. Beryllium sulfide. Barium carbohydrate. Why is it beryllium too? Oh, it's just beryllium sulfide. There is an option for just beryllium sulfide. Rubidium chloride, beryllium sulfide, barium carbohydrate. Is there like another, or is this acetate? This is going to be barium biacetate, I bet you. Bicarbonate? Is that an option? That's not an option. I feel like it's going to be barium biacetate, but it might just be barium acetate. I'm really not sure. Cesium. And we have to decide whether it's chlorate or chloride. Okay, so show periodic table. From 14 to 18 to what is it? It was like 4-3-3-4, I think. Maybe it was 3-4-4-3. So oh god, I don't remember, man. Oh, we're not getting this question. We're just not getting it. No, Sparkshot, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome to backseat. I think it's fine. We're all learning together. I'm not like super concerned about this. It's not like it's a class, you know. It's not like I'm taking this for like course credit. We're all just learning together, so I don't think it matters a huge amount. I think you're welcome to backseat. The second one might be sulfite. There's no sulfite option. So I went with sulfide, and I think that is correct. Barium biacetate, which would make this one. Chlorate. No! Chloride? No, okay, it's so over. It's so over. Chlorate ion is ClO. Okay. Well, it's not chlorate or chloride, and I don't think it's either of these. No oh, just regular acetate. Okay, well that was painful. But which formula accurately represents a neutral ionic compound? Okay, let's see. Magnesium has 2 to give. Oh, Wyron! Thank you so much for the sub! Thank you so much for the prime sub. Thank you, Wyron. So, well, where were we? Magnesium has 2 to give. Oxygen wants 2. Yeah, so this would be a neutral ionic compound. Select the correct values in the table. A single bond. How many electron pairs in the bond? 1 shared electron pair. How many electrons in the bond? 2. Double is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 3. 3 times 2 is 6. Amazing. Wow. Wow. Guys, I know my times tables. Are you impressed? Are you so impressed? Almost time for lunch? Ah! What you having? What you having for lunch? I have the rest of my toast here. And some more soup. Glucose is a sugar produced by plants through photosynthesis. Both plants and animals utilize glucose for energy through cellular respiration. Fluid structure of a glucose molecule shown below. Okay. Each hydrogen atom forms 1 covalent bond. No lone pairs. Carbon forms 4. No lone pairs. Oxygen forms, let's see, 2 with 2 lone pairs. Just green salad, lettuce by itself. We've all been there, man. We've all been there. Listen. If you're eating a green salad, by which you mean just lettuce by itself, pre-washed out of the bag, we all understand you, man. We've all been there, and I respect you on your journey. Okay. For each nonmetal below, identify how many covalent bonds, shared electron pairs it forms with other atoms to fill its valence shell. 1. 4. 3. 2. 1. A model of a rubidium fluoride lattice is shown below. What's true about it? Okay, I gotta check rubidium. Where is RB? Our boy RB. Okay, it's first group. Okay. And fluorine is like last group, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's just ionic. We're on to Unit 4. Physical and chemical changes. Introduction to chemical equations. Learn and try symbols in chemistry, representing chemical reactions, counting atoms in oh my gosh. This rules. I think we can finally get started on bio. What do you guys think? Do you want to try some bio and see if we're like totally out of our depth? Let's try. Let's go on. Physical and chemical changes. Drawing carbon can form 5 covalent bonds? These are commonly known as Texas carbons? How does that happen? What's happening there? What's happening there? Aaron Colbert, thank you! Okay. Learner home? Courses? Everything is bigger in Texas. Okay. We're finally ready to do structure, a chemistry of life. Structure of water and hydrogen bonding. I'm actually so hungry. Is it time for lunch? Is that why I'm hungry? Yeah. Maybe lunch break first? Yeah, maybe. I think maybe in a little bit. Quite fitting that a biological need happens at the time of studying biology. Yeah! Yeah, although really everything that I do is, you know, Well, not me as a robot, but everything that you do is like driven by some, you know, a lot of things about your life relate to biology as you are, you know, a living thing. Okay. A scientist grew chlorella, a single-celled photosynthetic algae, for 3 weeks in a laboratory culture. The culture medium contained dissolved carbon dioxide and nitrogen compounds, but did not contain phosphates. At the beginning of and end of the 3-week period, the scientist measured the rate of synthesis for certain biological molecules. Which of the following graphs is most likely to be the result of the experiment? Ah, okay. Carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Did not contain phosphates. So it's really gonna depend on like which things are in proteins, nucleic acids, lipids, and carbohydrates. So let's go and actually watch these videos and see if they cover what's in those important, I don't know, macronutrients? How do you refer to those like within biology? Building blocks of life? I don't know.
Some smallest chunk, some smallest unit of this stuff, of this substance that still has the properties of carbon. And if you were to somehow break that down even further, somehow you would lose the properties of the carbon. And the answer is there is. And so just to get our terminology, we call these different substances, these pure substances that have these specific properties at certain temperatures and react in certain ways, we call them elements. We call them elements. Carbon is an element. Lead is an element. Gold is an element. You might say that water is an element, and in history, people have referred to water as an element, but now we know that water is made up of more basic elements. It's made of oxygen and of hydrogen. And all of our elements are listed here in the periodic table of elements. C stands for carbon. I'm just going through the ones that are very relevant to humanity, but over time you'll probably familiarize yourself with all of these. This is oxygen. This is nitrogen. This is silicon. This is Au is gold. This is lead. And that most basic unit of any of these elements is the atom. The atom. So if you were to keep digging in and keep taking smaller and smaller chunks of this, eventually you would get to a carbon atom. Do the same thing over here. Eventually you would get to a gold atom. You did the same thing over here. Eventually you'd get this little small, for lack of a better word, particle that you would call a lead atom. And you wouldn't be able to break that down anymore and still call that lead, for it to still have the properties of lead. And just to give you an idea, and this is really something that I have trouble imagining, is that atoms are unbelievably small, really unimaginably small. So for example, carbon. My hair is also made out of carbon. In fact, most of me is made out of carbon. Most of all living things are made out of carbon. And so if you took my hair, and so my hair is carbon, my hair is mostly carbon. So if you took my hair right over here, and my hair isn't yellow, but it contrasts nicely with the black. My hair is black.
I like the little note. You wouldn't be able to see it on the
screen. But if you took my hair here, and I were to ask you, how many carbon atoms wide is my hair? What is the So if you took a cross section of my hair, not the length, the width of my hair, and said, how many carbon atoms wide is that? And you might guess, oh, Sally told me they're very small. So maybe there's 1,000 carbon atoms there, or 10,000, or 100,000. I would say no. There are 1 million carbon atoms, or you could string 1 million carbon atoms across the width of the average human hair. And that's obviously an approximation. It's not exactly 1 million, but that gives you a sense of how small an atom is. Pluck a hair out of your head and just imagine putting 1 million things next to each other across the hair, not the length of the hair, the width of the hair. It's even hard to see the width of hair, and there would be 1 million carbon atoms just going along it. Now, it would be pretty cool in and of itself that we do know that there is this most basic building block of carbon, this most basic building block of any element. But what's even neater is that those basic building blocks are related to each other. That a carbon atom is made up of even more fundamental particles. A gold atom is made up of even more fundamental particles, and they're actually defined by the arrangement of those fundamental particles. And if you were to change the number of fundamental particles you have, you could change the properties of the element, how it would react, or you could even change the element itself. And just to understand it a little bit better, let's talk about those fundamental elements.
This is so annoying.
So you have the proton. You have the proton, and the proton is actually really hard to conceptualize. But one way to think about it is you have the pronucleus, and they form part of this atom, is in 12 right over here, defined by, and then this carbon will be having.
Okay, we're gonna skip to this. What is your body made of? Your first thought may be that it's made of different organs, such as heart, lungs, stomach, that work together to keep your body going. Or you might zoom in a level and say that your body is made up of different types of cells. However, at the most basic level, your body, and in fact all life, as well as the non-living world, is made up of atoms. Guys, it's the chemistry we were just doing. often organized into larger structures called molecules. Atoms and molecules follow the rules of chemistry and physics, even when they're part of a complex, living, breathing thing. If you learned in chemistry that some atoms tend to gain or lose electrons to form bonds with each other, these facts remain true, even when the atoms... Okay, blah, blah, blah. An incredibly complex being made up of many atoms. Matter and elements. The term matter refers to something that occupies space and has mass. In other words, stuff in the universe. Each element is designated, we know this, for elements common to all living things. All living organisms that we know of are oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen, which together make up about 96% of the human body. In the non-living world, elements are found in different proportions, and some elements common to living organisms are relatively rare on the Earth as a whole. All elements and the chemical reactions between them obey the same chemical and physical laws, regardless of whether they are part of the living or non-living world. Okay. Ellie, you occupy space and have mass. You matter. Reminder, chat. You occupy space and have mass. You matter. The structure of the atom. An atom is the smallest unit of matter that retains all of the chemical properties of an element. For example, a gold coin is simply a very large number of gold atoms molded into the shape of a coin. With a small amount of other contaminating elements. Gold atoms cannot be broken down into anything smaller while still retaining the properties of gold. Okay, there we get the full statement. It's not just that they can't be broken down, it's that they can't be broken down while retaining the properties of gold. An atom consists of two regions. The first is a tiny atomic nucleus. We know this. We know this. Then you got the electrons out here, right? Okay. Protons and neutrons do not have the same charge, but they do have approximately the same mass. We know this. Okay, on to the next video. Carbon as life's building block. This is going to be helpful. This is going to be helpful. Listen, we all may be fat and in the way, but we matter. But we matter. And isn't that the most important thing? So. Wait, do you noun matter or verb matter? Anything you want. We've been verbing nouns for a while now in English. All of the nouns in English can now be thoroughly verbed. So if you feel like verbing a noun, you totally can. Creating a noun out of a verb, yeah, we do it. Right? Go for a run. But it's less common. We don't do it nearly as much. Verbing a noun is something we do all the time. So, carbon, life's building block.
You're probably already familiar with some forms of carbon. For example, this graphite right over here. This is one form carbon takes. Very important when you're writing with a pencil. Otherwise, you wouldn't see any writing if you didn't have the graphite scraping onto your paper. And your paper is also, it's not pure carbon, but it has a lot of carbon in it. This right over here is a raw diamond. Another form that carbon can take under intense time, after a long period of time under intense pressure. But what you may or may not realize is that carbon is actually essential for life. In fact, life as we know it is carbon-based. So carbon-based life. When we look for signs of life, or at least life as we know it on other plants, we're looking for signs of carbon-based life. And there might be other forms, other elements that form the backbone of life, but carbon is the only one that we have been able to observe. Now, why is carbon so valuable for life? Why does it form the backbone of the molecules that make life possible? Well, it all comes down to where it sits in the periodic table and its atomic number and how it tends to bond with things. So this is why chemistry is important. So carbon we see over here has an atomic number of 6, which by definition means it has 6 protons. So if I were to draw its nucleus, it would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 protons. And the most common isotope of carbon on Earth is carbon-12, which also has 6 neutrons. So let me draw that in this nucleus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 neutrons. And then neutral carbon is going to have 6 electrons. And so 2 of them are going to be in their innermost, in the first shell. So that's 2 of them right over there. These are the inner shell, I guess you could say, so that's the first 2 electrons. And then you have 4 remaining in its outermost shell.
S2.
And these 4 are considered valence electrons. These are the electrons that actually do the reacting. And if any of this seems unfamiliar to you, I encourage you to watch the videos on Khan Academy on things like valence electrons. But this is a little bit of a review right over here. Carbon has 4 valence electrons. And valence electrons are the ones that do, or that tend to do, the reacting. And so I could, if I wanted to simplify this drawing over here, I could say, okay, carbon. And if I were to just draw its valence electrons, which is a typical thing to do, I could say carbon has 1, 2, 3, 4 valence electrons. Now you might remember the octet rule that atoms tend to be more stable when they at least pretend like that they're sharing, or that they have 8 electrons in their outermost shell. And so carbon can do that by forming 4 covalent bonds. For example, it could do that with hydrogens. This hydrogen over here has 1 valence electron. It actually only has 1 electron. Now the hydrogen feels good. It feels like it's sharing 2 electrons, filling its first shell. Hydrogen's just trying to fill out the first shell, feel a little bit more like helium. And now this carbon says, oh, now I get to share this electron. And then carbon can do it again with another hydrogen. It can do it again with another hydrogen. And it can do it again with electrons. And each of the hydrogens feel like, oh, look, I'm
ahead a
sharing through
little
electrons
because
methane.
we did
This
this.
involves carbon. It is considered an organic molecule. It is
Okay,
considered an
nice.
organic molecule. In fact,
It has carbon,
the
it's an
whole
organic
field of organic
molecule.
chemistry is all about studying organic molecules, which are molecules that
Shell
have
has
carbon.
2p.
Now, because this only has carbon and hydrogen in it, it is also considered to be
Very
a
good,
hydrocarbon.
thank you.
Hydrocarbon. And you might be familiar with things like gasoline being considered a hydrocarbon. And it is indeed a hydrocarbon. In fact, gasoline, and actually even methane could be used as fuel right over here. But and typically, you could see these long chains of hydrocarbons. For example, you could have 8 carbons form octane. You might be familiar with things like high octane fuel. So let's see, carbon, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a hydrocarbon. It's octane because it has 8 carbons. Octane. And all the other bonds, where the carbon forms 4 bonds, or typically forms 4 bonds. So now that carbon has 4 bonds. Now this carbon has 4 bonds. Now this carbon, 2 of them to hydrogen, 2 of them to carbon.
Seems like it would have been easier to draw that without.
Hopefully this starts to give you an appreciation why carbon is so useful as a building block, because it can form so many bonds with so many different structures. And these hydrocarbons, they can be chains, or they can even form rings, they can form cycles, and in things like graphite and in diamond, carbons can form these lattice structures where carbon is bonding to more than 2 carbons in these 3-dimensional shapes.
Dude, I'm like so glad that we're doing these stretches. I would totally
because
forget.
It's forming 3 bonds,
and
that
then
carbon
after
typically forms bonds, and these are called
Subathon every day, I
tetrahedral
would
shapes,
just
or
die.
tetrahedral bonding. And when someone says tetrahedron, if someone says tetrahedron, they're talking about a. Let me do this in a different color. So a tetrahedron is a three-dimensional shape that has 4 sides, each of which are triangles. Which are triangles. And so it would look like this. You could view it as a pyramid with a triangular base. A pyramid with a triangular base. And when carbon forms bonds, let's say in the case of this methane right over here, I'll draw the carbon in the middle as this yellow circle. Then each of the hydrogens over here are going to be at the corners, or at, I guess you say, the vertices of the tetrahedron. And so
Everyone
this is
do
the
the
tetrahedral
sunny
shape
stretch.
that
Right
carbon
arm
is actually
up
forming.
over
Of course,
your
you have
head
these
to the
covalent
left.
bonds right over here.
Left
Let me do
arm
this in a
up
different
over
color.
your head to the
You
right.
have these covalent
Both
bonds
arms
over here.
straight up.
And we could draw it like
Everything
this.
goes
We could draw these covalent
God,
bonds.
that is such a good
like
stretch.
this.
I
That's one of
actually
them.
love
Maybe
that.
this one over here. This one over here is right over here. These electrons are all just buzzing around. And then you have one over here. And then you have one over here. So you might see methane sometimes just drawn like this. You might just see it drawn like this. But it's really forming a tetrahedral shape. So let me finish drawing it. So hydrogen, 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 where each of these lines represents a pair of electrons. So you have 8 electrons being shared in aggregate, but the actual shape is closer to this. Now, I'm claiming to you that it's the backbone of life, or life as we know it. And it's even the backbone of life as you are, life in the form of you. We've already talked about you being a majority water, and that's why if you look at the average human being is going to be roughly, it depends on how well hydrated you are and your stage of development, the average human being is going to be 65% oxygen by mass. So you're 2/3 oxygen, and that's because of all of the water. Water is H2O, and oxygen forms the bulk of the mass of the water molecule. But in second place comes carbon. Carbon. Carbon is approximately 18% of your body's mass. And this is because if you think about the non-fluid part, the non-liquid part of your body, there's a lot of carbon going on there. This right over here is a DNA molecule. And so these little gray areas, this is all carbon. This right over here is hexokinase. I'm not going to go into the details about what it does, but hexokinase is a protein. Hexokinase, and the teal color that you see there, that is all carbon. That's all carbon. This right over here is glucose. It's very sweet. It's an important way to regulate your body's energy. And the teal color, that is carbon. This is ATP, often considered to be the molecular currency of energy in your body. And all the teal there, this is carbon. This is why a lot of, especially the non-water part of your body, is carbon. So hopefully this gives you a better appreciation for carbon. It's not just useful for pencils and diamonds, but even if you're just looking at your hand, you're looking at a lot of carbon.
Okay, I'm looking at my hands now. Wait, they didn't tell me the things I needed to know. Carbons and hydrocarbons. Okay. Carbon isn't a difficult element to spot in your daily life. Okay, we don't need to do that. We don't need to bother with that. What you may not realize, though, is about 18% of your body by weight is also made of carbon. In fact, carbon atoms make up the backbone of many important molecules in your body, including proteins, DNA, RNA, sugars, and fats. Okay, so carbon is in sugars and fats, DNA and RNA. Okay, these complex biological molecules are often called macromolecules. They're also classified as organic molecules, which can simply mean that they contain carbon atoms. Notably, there are a few exceptions to this rule. For example, carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide contain carbon but generally aren't considered to be organic. The bonding properties of carbon. Why is carbon so popular for making molecular backbones? Why don't we instead, say, use oxygen for the same purpose? For one thing, carbon-carbon bonds are unusually strong. So carbon can form a stable, sturdy backbone for a large molecule. Perhaps more important, however, is carbon's capacity for covalent bonding. Okay. Because a C atom can form a covalent bond to as many as 4 other atoms, It's well suited to form the basic skeleton or backbone of a macromolecule. Okay, I imagine you're playing with Tinker Toys. You use the one with 4 connectors instead of the one with a couple connectors, and then you can make bigger stuff. That makes sense. That makes sense. Heck yeah! Okay. Carbon's ability to form bonds with other atoms goes back to its number and configuration of electrons. Carbon has an atomic number of 6 protons and 6 electrons, as well in a neutral form. So the first 2 electrons fill the inner shell. Yeah. We know this. We know this thing. Okay. Hydrocarbons, organic molecules consisting entirely of carbon and hydrogen. Yeah, they could combine in like a billion ways. Okay, cool. This we can imagine. Okay. Methane is CH4. Most macromolecules are not classified as hydrocarbons because they contain other atoms in addition to carbon and hydrogen. Okay, so I think functional groups is going to teach us what we need to know. I think that's where we're going to get the information that we need. Small enough to be relatively stable as an element, but also big enough to have enough connectors. Oh, yeah, no, wait, you're right. Because then why wouldn't it just be anything in the same group as carbon? But yeah, no. That makes a lot of sense that it would instead be, yeah, because it's so small and stable. Okay, cool. Functional groups.
We spent some time talking about hydrocarbons, and hydrocarbons are interesting, especially.
Oh, and it would want them more. It would be like more desperate for them because they would be forming closer to the nucleus.
If you want to combust things, if you want some fuel. But now we're going to make things a little bit more interesting by adding things to the hydrocarbons. And the things we're going to add, we call functional groups. Functional groups. And my goal in this video is to give you an overview of the major functional groups that you might see attached to carbon backbones that make the molecules interesting biologically. Now, the first one I will focus on is an OH group. So you have an OH attached to a carbon backbone over here. It doesn't have to be attached to a carbon backbone, but the OH right over here, this is called a hydroxyl group. Hydroxyl group. And when it is attached to a carbon backbone, like this one is, then it turns the entire molecule into an alcohol. Alcohol. This is an alcohol.
Okay. Hydroxyl is OH. So you're like, oh, alcohol. That's how I'm gonna remember that. It's not very good, but that's the mnemonic we have. You're like, oh, alcohol. Yeah, and that's a hydroxyl. I'm not sure how to connect hydroxyl to alcohol, but we'll come up with one. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, hi. Yeah. Oh, hydroxyl alcohol. Okay.
And this one in particular, if you want the name, we have 2 carbons along its longest chain, and it is an alcohol, so we use the prefix eth for the 2 carbons. So let me write that down.
Eth?
We're going to use the prefix eth because we have 2 carbons here, and we're going to say ethanol. Now, what are the properties here? Well, you have oxygen, which is very...
Oh my god. Okay, so eth is 2 carbons, I guess? Yeah, okay, we're going to see how much we get before we even start making mnemonics at this point. This is a lot to memorize. So you're going to have a partially negative charge at this end away from the hydrogen, a partial positive charge at the hydrogen end, and to a lesser degree at the carbon end too. But hydrogen is even less is less electronegative than even carbon. And so this one, so a hydroxyl group, they are polar. They are polar, and because they're polar, you can dissolve them into water. They are hydrophilic. They can form hydrogen bonds. So you can dissolve this. Now, a similar okay, wait, let's think for a second. Why are they polar? We actually didn't cover this, so I probably should look it up. I should look it up why they're polar. What makes molecule polar? Uneven distribution of electric charge, creating a positive side and a negative side. But why is it uneven? Asymmetrical shape. Electronegativity is an atom's power to pull shared electrons toward itself. So why are some able to pull them harder than others? When 2 different atoms bond, the more electronegative atom pulls the electrons closer to itself, making it more negative. But that doesn't make sense, because you remember fluorine being very reactive? Yeah. Looking back, we skipped a lot of science stuff in school, and I am growing increasingly frustrated about it. I'm so sorry. Positive charge from protons? I mean, yeah, that's where the positive charge comes from, but why... why would one part of the bond, why would one side of the bond that's theoretically reached equilibrium by bonding, now it has the same number of electrons and the same number of, as it has protons, which should theoretically make it neutral, why would it, in that bond where it's theoretically achieved neutrality, still not be neutral? And the answer seems to be because the electron is being pulled harder in one direction than the other. Yeah, they're not sharing equally. One side pulls stronger. But I'm not entirely clear on what makes that side pull stronger. We did learn about stuff that wants to give, that's bigger, is more willing to give, is more reactive. Stuff that is smaller and wants to take is more reactive because it wants to take more, because it's closer to the nucleus. It's the structure of water unit that you skipped. I didn't skip a structure of water unit. There was no structure of water unit that I skipped. What are you talking about? You basically said it? Okay, okay. Okay, water molecules are very polar due to the charges grouping. Why is water polar? I don't understand what you mean by the charges grouping. Water is polar because oxygen pulls the shared electrons closer to itself than hydrogen does, and the molecule has a bent shape. Oxygen is more electron greedy. It has a higher electronegativity than oxygen. Okay. How do you know the electronegativity? It's just the table that we saw, the trends that I pointed out. Is there anything that I didn't point out that, because oxygen... and it's also bent. A water molecule is shaped like a V or a bend rather than a straight line. This asymmetrical shape puts the two positive hydrogen ion atoms on one side and the negative oxygen atom on the other side, creating a distinct positive and negative pole. I don't really understand why that's the case. There's a shielding effect with bigger atoms, but that doesn't apply here. Okay, okay. Did this unit cover hydrogen bonding? No, we have not discussed hydrogen bonds. So we're going to look up hydrogen bonds. Between partially positive hydrogen atom and a strongly electronegative atom like oxygen, nitrogen, or fluorine. A hydrogen atom covalently bonded to a high affinity atom like oxygen, nitrogen, or fluorine carries a slight positive charge because the electrons are pulled closer to the other atom. The acceptor, another nearby electronegative atom with unshared lone pair electrons, carries a slightly negative charge. Okay, okay. The positive hydrogen is magnetically drawn to the negative lone pair on the neighboring atom, creating a hydrogen bond. Okay, I think I understand this. I think I have kind of got this then. Did I do lesson 1? It says I'm on lesson 2. I guess I did. I don't remember though. When I was choosing what to use for the subathon, I tried like a few educational resources just to make sure that I was like using something that was going to be usable. And I did do some of the biology one. So yeah, it makes sense that we're on unit 2. I don't remember doing unit 1, but I think I did. I think that was what I did on here. I don't remember what I did on here. Polar covalent bond. Every element has something called electronegativity, a measure of how strong an element attracts electrons. When close to 0, the bond is covalent nonpolar. If more, there's a polar covalent bond with partial charges. A negative partial, negative partial on more, electronegative atom, even greater difference in electronegativity forms ions. Okay. Okay, I think we understand this. I think we understand this now. Lesson 1 is not on chemistry. Lesson 1 does not cover this. Lesson 1 is just like, what is cells? What is life? Have you ever seen a tree? How do we define life? What properties does life have? So no, that's not going to be relevant. If you don't remember, that explains why you don't know. No. Listen, if I had done this, if I had studied this, I would know it, right? So this is Unit 1, Lesson 3. I accidentally just went to Lesson 3. Let's go back to Lesson 2. Let's go back to Lesson 1. Oh, wait, it was, and we didn't do it. I don't know why it didn't show up. I thought I clicked the thing that said next. Oh, because I took the test and got 100. Okay, so I took the test and got 100 in this, but I guess I just kind of did it by process of elimination. Let's see if we can do the test again and win without knowing anything, because that would explain it. Okay. Which of the following best explains water's ability to dissolve certain substances, such as glucose, but remain separate from other substances, such as oil? Water molecules are polar. Yeah. See, I would know this regardless, because, like, this makes no sense. Water can't form ionic bonds. Water has an overall negative charge. That's not true. Due to hydrogen bonding, water is more dense as a liquid than as a solid. Anyone who's ever, right, like this has nothing to do with that. This wouldn't answer the question. So this is the only one that would answer the question. So, you know, obviously I would select that one. Which of the following biological activities best demonstrates water's adhesive property? And then you just choose the one that's adhesive because you know what adhesive is, right? This is not, this is not, this is not, this is. Uh-huh. Which statement best describes why water is an effective solvent? Relatively small size, that doesn't make any sense. Driving them apart, that doesn't make any sense. Water's hydrophobic nature, how's water gonna be hydrophobic, man? Water is an ionic compound that attracts other like molecules. That wouldn't explain why it's an effective solvent of so many things, so we choose A. Uh-huh. Which of the following observations is best explained by water's high surface tension? That doesn't involve surface tension. That doesn't involve surface tension. That doesn't involve surface tension. This does involve surface tension. And just like that, you can pass the quiz even without knowing anything about it. And so alas, here we are. Hydrogen bonding in water. Let's learn.
I don't think it's any secret to anyone that water is essential to life. Most of the biological, or actually, frankly, all of the significant, that is mainly water. In fact, me, who's talking to you right now, and it's not just human beings that need water.
I don't need to know about it. Don't tell me again.
That's why when we have the search for water, how
the
it interacts
magic
with
of life,
itself.
full of water.
And so water, as you probably already know, is made up of one oxygen atom. And so you have these two pairs. And you might be saying, well, why did I draw the two hydrogens on this end? Why didn't I draw them on opposite sides of the oxygen?
I would also
well,
like
that's because
to know.
oxygen also has two lone electron pairs. Two lone electron pairs. And these things are always repelling each other. The electrons are repelling from each other.
Ooh, yeah, can you ask the mods if being a mod is fun? Hey mods, is being a mod fun? Yo, Strike, I missed your sub! Ellie is cute, thank you, Strike. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind words. And thank you for the sub.
I would say it's pretty fun.
Whoa! Oh my gosh! Is that Harley a mod?
Oh, that's the wrong Fugi. Yep, that is Harley a mod.
Wait, what's wrong with the Fugi? It's cute.
It was the Garfield one.
Oh, I didn't see it. I just pulled down the window now to see it. Oh God!
Yeah.
Take that away! Take that away!
That was horrifying.
Mods! Yeah, is being a mod fun?
It's very fun. It's a very rewarding process. I mean, given like it allows like consistency through whatever happens with the chats and everything. And it also allows you to kind of figure out like, here's the comfort zone of chatters between different chats. Because like, for instance, there's chatters in your chat that I see other places, and it's good to know like, oh, their comfort zones transition depending on like what's going on, of like what they're talking about and where their comfortability lies. And it's kind of its own little thought process of like, there's some people that are just like obviously know where their community knows where their heart is, and it's frequently here. A lot of your chatters are very much like, so it's in its own outside looking in prospect very fun, but also inside of it all, it's just enjoyable to be like, oh, like maintaining the peace with people makes people have a better time.
Aww.
Thumbs up.
I love that. I also find it really interesting that your answer was all about like, it's fun to get to like know people and see how they think and see where they feel comfortable and like see how they behave in different places. And May's reasoning was like, I like fixing problems. I like troubleshooting solutions, right? Like I feel like May is like a mob fixer and you're like a school guidance counselor.
Well, so the issue is that like with that, a lot of the things that I do in other chats is fixing. I do not have to fix things in your chat.
Oh yeah.
I have to keep the peace in your chat, but if you ask me about any other chats, there's a lot more fixing. I tend to be the tech or audio person for almost every other chat that I mod for, given there's 30 of them. But like
There's
yours is one of the only
them.
Yeah, I mod for like 32 people.
What? How?
With a lot of pizzazz and keeping multiple streams open at the same time. Very carefully.
I don't have the attention span for that. I could not. I would die. That's so insane. I'm so impressed, but I'm also horrified. This is like when you meet a Wikipedia editor who has like who's had their paws on like every article on the site, you know? Like I don't understand how this is physically possible.
It has its challenges, but my flavor of ADHD is being spastic in select moments and being able to separate audios in my head. That's my flavor of ADHD. That's why I did volunteer. Like, I volunteered to do all the AV while I was in choir and musical theater going through school, even though I was also in the productions of the choir performances and the musical theater things.
I did a bunch of theater tech, but just because, like, someone had to.
Yeah.
I didn't really do, I didn't do, like, theater itself. I did a bunch of theater tech because, like, someone had to for my mom, and, you know, I was there.
I tended to volunteer just because like I really enjoyed that. It gave me a lot of freedoms to do whatever I wanted. But also like when it came to theater and choir for me, you don't get many guys that were in my position at the time because I was somebody that was really bad at, for instance, I was really bad at singing and then got a vocal coach that was like, hey dude, you're actually tone deaf. Here's how we can help you.
Yeah.
And then like we went through all those and then I became a really good singer and then all of a sudden was the loudest guy that could sing 3 different parts depending on when we're singing.
Woo! And
they were like, okay, that's good. But also because guys don't try out for musical theater and you do musical theater, you are now the guy. And it's like, okay. So like there's several I'm sure people could find it if they wanted. There's several videos of my performances on YouTube where in one of them it's like kind of a pan, like it's like a professional, like actual like videoed performance of Beauty and the Beast.
Dang!
And at one point you can see me doing a costume change as I'm running through the back hall of the theater to go around to the front of the auditorium so nobody sees me to go adjust something that had broke on somebody else's mic, but in the AV room. And then quick changing the entire time because I had to take off this big clock costume that I had on to put on an actual suit. So like half dressed, running through the school to go change stuff in the AV. Like it was stuff like that where they're like, cool, can you do both? And it's like, I can really try, guys.
Holy moly. So yeah, you're used to multitasking in a way that's almost unhealthy. So yeah, It makes sense that you'd be able to mod for too many freaking channels.
Yeah, and also like I only mod like really for my friends, so like it's the double whammy of like I get to be helpful to my friends. So like it's never a big drawback because either way I get to listen to them or I get to just enjoy what's going on or I get to help. So it is always a rewarding process. Obviously every rewarding process can have its negative points, but you know, it is a rewarding process and it's nice. Since I don't have to do as much.
Wait, May mods for 13? Dude, you've kind of ruined my point of reference because if I'd originally heard that May modded for 13 channels, I would be like, that's insane. How does she do that? And you mod for like 40 and Wolf mods for 50? I don't understand. Do a lot of those channels just like not stream? Like how does that work?
So my breakdown, I have to pull up a mod chat. Fun fact for anybody that doesn't moderate, you can pull up mod view and see every single channel that you have that you mod for in any mod view ever.
I think I'm still technically a mod on some other channels. I think I was still a mod for Shumi until very recently.
Let me see.
When you're you're a very small streamer, a lot of people mod for each other, like just mod for their friends, and it's like it goes both directions because like
Oh yeah.
who else is gonna, right? You don't have that many regular viewers, and so like it makes a lot of sense to just like mod for each other. So there are a lot of people from when I was smaller that I think I'm still a mod for.
Oh yeah, and that happens all the time, and I have a couple of those on here. I'm not gonna say a bunch of names because I don't want to be. Oh, I'm not. That number might be a little taller now. I'm not gonna say a bunch of names, but like, I forgot I'm doing a special event where I have to be a moderator for the channel, but I'm also running the channel, but I can't talk about the special event.
And May's just like up on a hill with a sniper, with a sniper gun, just sniping that guy.
So like half of my
While
like,
we're talking about modding, did you see that? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I did. No,
that was incredible. She just took him down, just like. Just instantaneously. That was just so funny that like while we're talking about mods, someone comes in and they're like, you know, Ellie, AI will save the world. Don't you worry. And then like disrespecting people is not very safe from when someone can, what was it, make AI arts?
Yeah, I'm not like this account was made 20 hours ago. This is assuredly the person we've been like bullying because there's a person that just keeps making accounts to make shitty AI claims, and like,
wait, really?
I don't think they've caught. Yes, this is assuredly their like third account.
I didn't even know this. Have they been in my chat before?
Yeah, it's only happening in your chat. It's like this. It's assuredly like the same person.
They like keep happening?
They keep coming in and talking about AI, like the same AI. I'm looking at the chat history. It's like the same AI conversation, and May took them out like 4 times.
I didn't even notice. Oh my god, May is so fast. I literally haven't even noticed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's been. Yeah.
I'm not even like, okay, as VTubers go, I feel like VTubers who aren't all AI all the time, VTubers who aren't like, I have an AI generated model, right? I feel like for VTubers who aren't like that much their content is AI, I'm one of the less anti-AI VTubers. Why are they on my case, man?
I think the big thing is like, when you get down to AI in terms of Twitch itself, so like people supporting or not supporting AI within the realm of live streaming on Twitch, some people aren't actually believing what they're saying. There is a large community of people on Twitch that just want to cause a ruckus.
Okay.
And so they just want to make a point and just want to argue or claim that you're something else or to do something, so they can then screenshot their ban or screenshot their message or screenshot their 15th screenshot of a banned account and send it off to some group chat and be like, I did this thing and they banned me. I'm not in the wrong. And they don't believe their opinion. And I'm absolutely calling out the people that we've banned who do that, because I know you guys do. It is one of those things where frequently you'll see, and for reference for chat, a lot of the times when people get banned, not in this chat, but for other chats, I frequently have to go in and direct message people, because it tends to be smaller chats where the community is a little bit more like tight-knit or longer running. So if we ban somebody, it is a little bit personal, and I don't want them to, completely go off the rails.
Yeah.
But like frequently it is when people are making those claims where they're just like, where they are just like really, really, really into something. Either they are for some reason hyper passionate about something most people aren't, or they're specifically trying to make a point of seeming like they are. And that's frequently the issue, is people want to be the point of interest in a conversation that is either no longer happening or can take somebody off. Like, I think it's pretty obvious that like Twitch is the easiest place to one guy a person. You can go into any chat.
And I'm so one guyable.
You very much are, and we joke about it here and there because like,
I'm so sorry. I'm so one guyable. It's actually horrible. It's a disease.
I think the difference is when you go on to talk about like things that like are just one comment or like
I
a
notice you,
deleted
Lorax.
message,
I'm noticing.
you whenever I just read the message, whenever you talk about something like that, typically you're approaching it from a pretty sustainable point of view. You aren't going at it like immediately in anger, which is the typical response that people are looking for when they one guy somebody is like a spastic, angry, or excitable message. You're approaching it with like, well, I don't actually believe that's true. This thing, or like, oh, I do support that, but this thing, or like you're approaching it methodically. You're not approaching it out of nowhere with no thought about it, which is what frequently one guying people on Twitch is about.
Mhm.
And those are the irritating modding ones because that happens a lot. That happens so much.
It's
But like,
pretty
yeah,
hard to make me mad, I think. I'm like a dad, or a mom. I'm like a mom. I get more just like sad than angry usually. I don't know.
yeah,
I enjoy a little bit of anger for fun, but if it's something I actually care about, I can't really summon anger. Sometimes I almost wonder if it's something wrong with me. But I feel like I don't know. Like I get sad. I just get sad instead of
oh
angry
yeah.
if it's something I actually care about. If it's something I don't care about, I enjoy a little bit of rage as a treat. I think it's good. Get your blood pressure back up, you know, when you stand up you don't get faint as fast. But I think that if it's something I care about at all and someone is like mean about it, I just get sad. Like don't bully me. I'll cry, you know?
I mean, if you think about it, that is the typical human response anyway. Is like if
Really?
you are passionate about something and somebody's mean about it, the immediate brain response is going to be, "Oh, I am unhappy about that." Because typically, and I am obviously no psychologist, I'm not anybody that is aware of, human behavior. I just know
Uh-huh.
humans and this is my job is dealing with angry people. For those that don't know, I am the like calm this situation down person for my current job. If they have somebody that's really mad, they send me in to fix it.
Mhm.
Uh the typical human response is when you don't know why you're feeling an emotion to get angry is what you typically see. So I deal with a lot of real estate agents that like they're like at fault for their tech issue and they want
Angry
to be
real
mad about
estate
it.
agent.
Yeah, and they want to be mad about it because they don't understand what's going wrong. So if you don't understand what's going on, you get angry. But if you do understand what's going on, you get sad. When it's easier to understand somebody's making fun or poking light at something you're really passionate about and get sad about it, and that's a human response.
Mhm.
But then the anger is usually more of a lack of knowledge in my professional circumstances. It is usually
Yeah.
lack of knowledge leads to anger.
I agree with that, and I think it's really interesting because I feel like my understanding of anger was very positive. Where it's like anger exists to protect you and the people that you love from injustice. Like anger exists to keep the people around you safe, you know?
Yes.
And like I really respect people. I've always really loved it in someone where if you like say something bad about their friends, they come after you. They're like a mama
Yeah.
bear, you know? And I am not like that. I wish I were, but I'm a filthy little coward. And so when someone comes after my friends, I'm just like, don't say that. I like that. I'm like, I can't
I mean,
I don't have
yeah.
Minnie is just like, oh freaking get you, you know, and I love that about her. I think that's really
That's
fun.
unironically the best part about modding is like so here's a flashback to a very OG like Honey instance. One of the times when Honey first modded me, when everything happened, like she was getting a lot of like before like any like doorknob stuff, before any of that stuff, like she was getting a lot of people like just like really being awful because artists get it really bad on Twitch. Like artists will get a lot of hateful things.
Really? Like for
And
what?
oh yeah.
Who hates an
Frequent
artist?
frequently people so one of the big one guy things now is to just go into artist streams with an alt account and say that their shit is AI. And just like try to one guy them into like being like, oh, your art is bad because of these things, it must be AI. Or like whatever it may be. That happens so much.
Oh my
Uh
god.
that's not what happened to her, but like we would get like people just being completely unhinged And like because she did stream for a little bit before any of the like big growth she got, some of them were just like already problematic chatters she had that we then had to ban. And then like they would reach out to us in messages and be like, "Hey, unban me." And I'm like, "Hey, no.
What?
And if you ever talk to my friend like that again, I'll get your account
Don't talk to
removed."
me or my son
Like
ever again.
don't ever like just going off on people and like sometimes saying stuff that's not even realistic. Like the amount of times you just have to throw in a like, "Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and report you," and they shut up. Like things that are so childish, like to be like, but in an argument, people are like, "Please don't do that," and it's like, yeah, don't ever talk to people like that. Don't ever. There's times where, for instance, a mutual friend of ours, Bubs. There's times where she gets chatters so riled up that they don't know the difference between a joke or not, and they just go too far,
Oh,
and
like
then
when
they
you're
start
playing
getting
with a puppy and you play
yes.
too hard and the puppy just goes insane. You see the fire ignite in its eyes and it's out for blood now.
Exactly. And they will keep that energy through days and days and days. And then like you have to approach the situation as this was over like a week ago, but they are still fed up with it. And like frequently we get times where like things are posted on Twitter or unban requests or something that's just there to like poke and like prod. And then I'm the one or somebody else is the one to respond with like, "Oh, do you just want a little attention? Is this all you want? Do you want mom and dad to see you and give you attention?" Just
the
like
same time,
really, like why are we doing this?
Dude, this is why I could never mod because I see someone doing that and I'm like, oh, they want attention. Like I just feel like it makes sense that people want attention. It's hard to come by. You know, everybody's lonely
Yeah.
and attention, you know, like you need it. You're a social creature. Like I get it, man. Like I see
I can
someone
agree with
rage
that, yeah.
baiting and immediately like I just feel bad and like my heart goes out to them, and this is why I would be a terrible mod. This is why I would be a terrible mod.
I honestly think the opposite. I think that you are the best front line to your own moderation because people try to rate because you get one guyed by comments that don't matter, but the people that are probably actively trying to one guy you where we delete the message but you still read it, like you usually get the last laugh because you usually respond pretty normally of like, "Oh, whatever." And like that has to be insulting to them of like my message got deleted and chat can't see it, but I'm being laughed at.
I mean,
and she read it.
No.
And it's so because like you approach situations so like you approach them so reasonably. You approach them so just like which like everybody should approach other people like human beings. That is a good thing to do. It's harder to do when you have 1,000 people in the chat or whatever chats, but like it is something you specialize at is making people feel uniquely seen. And even when somebody is trying to mess with you, you never get one guyed by the people that are actively trying to be malicious. And you almost always get the last laugh if we delete the messages because you still read them out. And then you're like,
I don't even want the last laugh, man. I just like, okay,
No,
really...
I don't mean that poorly. I mean like you are being kind to them and you're sending them off with kindness. And that just has to make them realize like, oh, I wanted to be mean, but she was nice to me.
My first stream ever actually was before I was a VTuber. So I don't think I've talked about this. Oh no, I have too many eyelids again. I have extra eyelids. Let me get rid of them. I think I do want to put them in a pile. I think that would be kind of excellent. No! They're back. Sorry, I have to get rid of them.
No, you're completely fine.
Okay. So, the first stream I ever did was actually not as a VTuber. So, I did one stream where I just went live with my banjo, with my human face. I want to say like 2 years before I ever went live as a VTuber. Not on this account. And the two things weren't really linked. Not even 2 years. I guess a year? It was right around the start of COVID. I was like, God, I miss playing out. I miss playing in front of people. I'm so lonely, whatever. And I went live on Twitch. I made an account and I went live on Twitch. And there was this guy that came in, I think with a friend, I'm not totally sure, to my chat. And he was like, play Sweet Home Alabama. And I was like, I don't know Sweet Home Alabama. And he was like, but you're playing a banjo. Like, don't, whatever. And he was just kind of like making like banjo related jokes, I guess. Like banjo.
That's not even on banjo, is it? What is?
It's not on banjo. This is okay. There are a couple of songs that people think are on banjo, and I don't know why. Devil Went Down to Georgia is about a violin. I am begging everyone. It's about a violin. The whole thing is a golden violin. The whole thing is the violin. And every time, even if I'm in deep banjo country, I'm playing a banjo, I'm taking requests. People are like, play Devil Went Down to Georgia. I know fiddles and violins are the same though. It's the same instrument. It's the same. You can make modifications to a violin that's going to make people call it a fiddle more. But at the end of the day, any violin is a fiddle. Any fiddle can be a violin. It's about a fiddle.
Agreed.
They're the same thing. There's literally no difference. Anyway, it's fine. It's whatever. This is that rage baits me.
The devil's in the details.
That rage baits me. I love my pedantic little chat. But yeah, no, I had this question a few years ago. I was like, I'm pretty sure that it's a fiddle and not a violin. Just something that someone said. And then I Googled it and I felt dumb because it turns out that violins and fiddles are the same. Fiddles are a kind of violin. So, I'm saving you all that pain. There's also the ukulele thing. Yeah, everyone calls it a ukulele if I'm playing it in public. But yeah, no, and he was like saying all of this stuff about like he was getting increasingly, like he was trying to rage bait me. And I just wasn't getting rage baited. And then eventually he said like, and I think this has shaped how I stream on Twitch for the worst and informed it forever. And I think this is why I will never be a very good streamer. He was like, oh, I came in here to rage bait, but you actually seem nice. So I'm gonna go. And I was like, wow, I can solve any problem this way. And now I'm a worse streamer because I learned that lesson and it was the wrong lesson.
I don't think that's accurate. I think that is because you have that example, and I have that same exact example, but for a person I've now befriended. And
what, really?
So Tippy, right?
Oh yeah.
Tippy, one of her mods when they first came into Tippy's chat, they were under the like stream age, and they were making Twitch accounts to go rage bait people. And then they went to Tippy's chat to rage bait because they didn't know what a VTuber was. And Tippy was nice to them, and then they decided to stay. And then they became like really good friends. And I met him in the Miami trip, and he's just a really, really, really good person.
This is the thing. People genuinely just want attention, and if you give them the attention, then often they're okay, man. It's the same as on chat roulette. If you just ask them to put their pants back on, often they will, because they're just lonely, man. And like people, I like them. I care about people, even when they're like messing up, even when they're doing something counterproductive. They want the approval of their peers, but they're doing something that's going to lose them the approval of their peers, because they just got to be looked at, man. And I learned the wrong lesson as a result of this, and now, now I'm infinitely one-guyable. One person comes in and they're just like, mean thing, and I'm just like, honey, it's okay. Let me play you a song, baby. It will be okay.
But in its own right, that is, in its own right, I think that
hijacks the stream.
It hijacks the stream, but it also it still presents your ability to make people feel like they're seen. I think that is the important thing, is you have a chat that statistically it's hard to be in other people's chats at the same size and feel seen, but in yours uniquely, I think everybody can agree at one point or another you have read their comments, you have talked to them while streaming, you have made them felt like a part of the community, which is something a lot of other people your size don't do. That is a very, and unfortunately, a very unique thing to you, that you, even though you get one guide sometimes by it, it's out of the idea that you make people feel seen, you make people feel heard, you are responding to people, you make people feel like people, you make each of your chatters feel great. and it's something that you do very well.
Thank you.
So like even though you get one guide by it, sometimes it's like the overwhelming other circumstances are that you read somebody's comment and it tends to be something that's really understandably great. It's a great feeling, and it's one of those things where like you mentioned what was it, yesterday or the day before, that streamers are not streamers, that chatters and viewers like to statistically stay in the same size channels that they always watch.
Yeah.
And it's the one thing about yours is that you give the aspects of those other like streams while still being a large content creator of the thing that a lot of people like about smaller chats is being able to be communicated to, being able to talk, being able to respond. And you do that in a much larger scale. And like, I know it's difficult, but like you do it. And that is obviously only one of many aspects that, you know, might sway somebody to a larger or smaller creator. But that is a big one. That is a very big one, because that talking to people is part of the connection that makes Twitch nice, you know?
Thank you, John Paul. And also, yeah, it is entirely because it is in slow mode. When I was first rated, May took the wheel. May turned on slow mode, and I could actually keep up with everything. Yeah, May just disabled slow mode. Let's see how this works. I'm actually very curious whether I'll still be able to keep up with chat at all.
Go fast, baby! You
Hi,
you absolute shenanigans out
Oh
here.
God! Oh wow! Yeah, there is. There's so much opportunity for spamming. That's really interesting.
Yeah, because
Chat may have
the
been
mod
trained.
settings. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because chat is used to having slow mode on, people type slower, more thoughtful messages. But yeah, when chat is like this, all you can really do is spam and send emotes. And yeah, you get more of a sense of like the flavor of chat. You know what this feels like, dude? This feels like the first time I had 10 concurrent viewers at the same time. It was the most exhilarating feeling, but it was also horrifying. Like, I was like, send me your favorite songs and we'll listen to them together. Enabled slow mode. Thank you. Slow mode is back. Slow mode is back. And there were 10 people in my chat all chatting, and I was like, how am I supposed to respond to all of you? Yeah, Minnie's always exempted as a VIP. And if you win the clip challenge each week, if you have the most viewed clip or the most favorite clip of my community that week, then you too can have VIP and you can ignore the slow mode. But
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was exhilarating. That made my heart beat fast.
Hey, it's nice. It's nice though.
It is cool. Yeah. But I really enjoy slow mode. I think it's really good. I don't know why everyone doesn't use it. I guess you don't get as much hype from like spamming emotes, you know? Maybe it slows down the hype.
The action also, when you get to like, this is the difficulty of trying to give examples because I don't want to drop names, but there are names. When you get to like, especially IRL streamers, it tends to be that like they end up only reading the messages of very particular people. So like they could pick them out really quickly because of name colors or whatever, but they don't care about slow mode because they frequently don't read a lot of the chat because they have like
Ender, thank you so much for 300.
Raise the
bits.
timer.
I should be clear.
Timer.
Nah. I read a lot of chat depending on my activity. Obviously, in a collab, like if I'm playing a game, I can only read so much of chat, and I really don't know how like people competitively playing games where they've got to be locked in how they're reading chat at all. But for me, a lot of my content is like just chatting or just chatting adjacent, right? And for that, I think it's really easy. So I'm at an advantage in that sense. But yeah, no, yeah. I appreciate it a lot, man. You're very nice to me. And Ender, thank you so much for 500 bits.
Okay. The plan is next time I'm here, I come in and I be incredibly mean.
Yeah. Give me what are my greatest weaknesses? What are my greatest weaknesses as a streamer? Wait, I want to know.
Your greatest weaknesses as a streamer. your tiny hands and I don't know.
Can I give them to you?
Your
Can I tell you what
great
my greatest
weakness
weaknesses as a
a
streamer are?
What?
Can I tell you my greatest weaknesses as a streamer?
Sure, because I was about to make a joke.
Oh, wait, what was your joke?
No, the joke will be funnier after you say yours.
Okay. I don't stream nearly enough. I get really caught up making the stuff that's interesting to me to make and not the stuff that will perform the best. I don't have the executive function to do the things consistently that I would need to do to be a better streamer, like regular short form and long form content, working with editors, etc. No, my eyelids are back. I have a lot of trouble saying no to people. And so I very often wind up working on more things than I can work on and like getting into a bunch of collabs with people I barely know, but they asked me instead of my friends who I want to collab with, but I don't ask them. And uh, um, sometimes I feel like I do more for strangers than I do for my friends, because my friends will understand that I'm tired and strangers won't. So if my friend asks me for something and a stranger asks me for something, I'm more likely to do it for the stranger, which is weird because my friends matter an awful lot to me, but that's a big problem. I guess that's more of a problem about me as a friend than it is a problem about me as a streamer. What else is wrong with me as a streamer? I never properly learned how to modify my voice so that it doesn't get tired from streaming a lot. There are a lot of people who put a lot of work into figuring out how to talk in such a way that it won't hurt their voice over time. I never did. What else?
I think it's important while you're thinking. I think it's important to also point out with these. I've unironically had this conversation with multiple of your other friends already. These are
Wait,
all
what?
things that they feel about themselves.
Wait,
I don't
really?
think that these are. I think that, and I don't mean to correct you. I don't want to. I don't want to be the person. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that these are weaknesses. I think these are common feelings, and I think the actual only weakness that you might have is discerning between what is a common feeling and what is a weakness, because none of those are
Oh.
weaknesses. All of those are things that multiple of your friends go through and a large majority of streamers go through.
Okay, but hear me out. Maybe streamers just have similar weaknesses. Like, I think that being like a chronic people pleaser with slightly bad boundaries is like how you become a streamer. So,
I mean, is that more so a weakness or a skill you haven't learned yet? You know? Saying
oh,
no.
oh my god, he hits me with this. Is that a weakness or a skill you haven't learned? Oh my god,
You know,
dude.
because like for instance, like to out Honey again, because it's easy for me to do that given all the time I spend with her. Honey has an extreme difficulty of telling people no. Honey has a very big difficulty of telling people no, and it leads to her feeling like she doesn't put as much time into her friends as she wants
Yeah.
because she's working on so many things, and it's so much to the point that she'll take extensive time off, and she'll need to do that because like she's just so overworked, and there's so many personal projects that she really wants to do, and they're coming out incredible. But when you're at the level of artist that Honey is, any normal person's incredible, immaculate, whatever feeling about something is her like, and this is wrong, that's wrong, and that's the life of an artist.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing with her. Is like, I wouldn't say it's a weakness. I'd say there's a skill to saying things, and there's a skill to telling people no, because a weakness would entail that you yourself are causing yourself and others an issue due to your own shortcoming, but that's not what's happening. You are benefiting people via not taking care of yourself in the form of what is being talked about. Obviously, that is not the idea of a typical weakness, but in the form of what's being talked about, it's more so, how can you say no in a way that makes you happy, even though the other person's going to be fine if you say no either way.
Yeah, there was
You
a
know?
long time where like if someone wrote to me and was like, Ellie, I'm having a really bad time and I need help, I had a really hard time. Like, even though obviously, like, I am not a social worker, I am not qualified to help with these things, but people would write to me. It's hard to communicate even how many messages a streamer gets that are like, I hate my stepdad and we never have the food I want to eat in the house and it doesn't even feel like my house anymore and I'm so lonely at school and I don't understand what we're doing in class and I don't have any friends and like your streams are the only good thing in my life and can you please tell me happy birthday? And like it's really hard to know how to respond to that because on the one hand, like, okay, I sent one of those messages when I was a kid. I sent one of those messages to Ali Broche of Hyperbole and a Half, the woman who writes Hyperbole and a Half. I wrote to her when I was a kid, and because she made a comic about depression, which I didn't even know what it really was at the time, but she made a comic about it, and I was like, this is how I feel. I'm a child, and I'm very lonely. Hello, Miss Ali Broche. And she was like, she didn't respond. Like, obviously she didn't respond, and that's good. And I never held that against her. Oh my God. I was never like, she should have responded to me, right? I was only ever like, wow, Ali Broche, my champion out there. I wrote to her one time and it didn't occur to me until much later, like, oh, it's really hard actually. It's really, really hard. Yeah. And for a long time, I found it really hard not to at least reply and be like, when you're going through something tough, you got to just keep going, right? The only way out is through. And, it might seem like it's an eternity until you go away to school right now, but that time will seem like no time at all in a few years, right? And you'll look back on this time and, you'll be so proud of yourself for getting through it and think of, right? Like I couldn't not respond to it. I just couldn't not respond to it. And it was like actually terrible because it's not good for them, right? You don't have as good advice as their school guidance counselor, right? There are undoubtedly resources that are better, that are available to this person than you, a stranger, and a streamer. And it's like, okay, this is going to sound condescending, and I don't want it to sound condescending because it's not like I think these people are like feral cats, right? Remember that I was this person as a kid, and I don't hold that against myself, right? But if you feed feral cats, they come back because they learn that you have food and they're hungry. And you cannot take care of all of the cats.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
I agree with that. And you said you didn't want to sound condescending. I was going to make an example of humans being plants. Feral cats was a better example.
What?
But in the same idea, just to not leave people on that short string, like, all humans are just different versions of plants. You can be any form of any plant you want to be.
I'm so confused.
But the resource you need might not be the same thing that a different plant needs. Like, you cannot have the same soil. You cannot have the same nutrients. Every plant needs something different. You can't be the same thing for everything. There's not a catch-all. And sometimes there's nothing that can be said that a resource that they have closer to them would be better.
Yeah.
Like, and it's, like I said, your example's way better, but like,
I don't know.
What you said is 100% accurate, is you also have to think of yourself. You can't feed every feral cat. And while, like, you want to be able to help, the want is very strong, but you can't do that for everybody.
It helps people more not to. It helps people more if you don't. And
that's what I was trying to avoid saying, because that was the thing I didn't know how to word, is like, at the end of the day, sometimes not saying anything at all helps people realize for themselves.
Yeah, because I can't be a friend to all of the people who are here right now. I would not be a good friend to 1,184 people, right? That's too many people for me to be a good friend to. So people come from my stream, come from my chat seeking friendship with me, but it's not a good idea. I was so inspired, dude. It actually like changed my life, this video. I think I've actually talked about this before. Let me not be happy for a second so that I can remove my extra eyelids. I need to make a script that does this on a timer so that it doesn't
every time you do that, it kind of makes you look like the old man from like a cartoon with like the too much eyebrow.
because I am the old man from a cartoon. Okay, yeah, it was like actually life-changing. But Always Slightly Sleepy ASMR has a character named Brain Rot Bambi, and I know that this is off to an excellent start already, but Brain Rot Bambi has a video about like why she doesn't want to be your friend if you're a community member, and she was like, because if you create an inner circle, that's how you get a cult. And it's like, it's not strictly true, but there is something to be said about the fact that like, if you give attention to any one person in chat, right? If you single them out and bring them up and make them your friend, suddenly they have this emotion, this like this capital in your chat, and they will bring it up. You never know, right? This was like, oh my god, I was talking about this actually with Crelly ages ago about like, be so careful who you deputize being like the most important advice that I could give to someone whose channel is growing is like, be so careful, because when you're a small streamer, you are actually friends with everyone in your chat. Like, you just are.
Yeah.
Like, you literally are, you're literally friends, you talk, it's normal. When you become bigger, there's a very weird and uncomfortable thing that happens where suddenly those people are on like an elevated plane, and people will like use being close to them as a form of like social capital, and people will use them to get close to you and use that for social capital, and people will brag about their access to you, their knowledge of you. People will start sharing secret things that you told them, you know, and it's like, because it makes them feel special. And I love that people are feeling special. I want people to feel special, but I don't want any part of that, man. I don't want a hierarchy around it, right? It looks unhealthy for them. It's unhealthy for the rest of your community, because then people who aren't part of that feel isolated. They feel like they're not in on something. They feel like they don't really know. And like, for you, it's not healthy. Like, for me, I can't really properly make friends with community members because of the pain of never knowing if you are their friend because they want to talk about and show you off, or if they want to be your friend because you're actually their friend. Also, people start expecting you to be the person you are on stream all of the time, right? I have so much energy and attention and everything because this is stream, because that's where I do that, right? But like, if you follow your teacher home, you can't expect them to keep teaching, right?
I painfully know this, yes.
People want me to be Ellie_minibot all the time. They'll write to me off the clock and be like, Ellie, can you explain this to me? And it's like, no. Ask in my chat. Ask in my chat.
Yeah. And I think that's the golden rule about your chat too. And it kind of accumulates everything we talked about in the last few minutes of like, you can't answer every message. You can't, give like a golden ticket to somebody that might abuse it. But at the end of the day, you treat your chat as the singular entity of making them feel special, and anybody can join the chat and they can grow that confidence and they can grow, that acceptance because they can be a part of the community and find that with other community members. And you as a whole are supporting it by treating the entire chat as their own entity, reading their messages, supporting them, giving them ideas, answering things in chat. You can't answer every DM, but you can pick out comments in the chat during a live stream and respond to people. And as a whole, you can't answer 1,000 DMs, but you can answer a message in a chat. And that builds that idea of the specialness comes from what people make it within the chat. Everybody has their own leaves that they can turn over in the chat when they join. You can make friends. You can join discords in the chat.
Yes.
You can be a part of the community.
My community. Don't make friends with me. I cannot be your friend. Not because you're not cool, not because we wouldn't maybe be great friends, but because of the situation itself, because of the structure of this. I'm not gonna be your friend. Please do not DM me. Looking for friendship. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
be your friend.
There's 100 other people around in the community that want to be your
that
friend.
will be your friend.
But
that will be great friends
if
for
you immediately go to your content creators to try to be friends, there's a power dynamic there that is irreversible that you can't expect a friendship of. There's a
I feel
dynamic
like
there.
the power dynamic honestly kind of goes the other way, in my opinion. I don't know. The way that I feel, and maybe this is just me, is like y'all are all kind of my boss. Like,
I can see that.
I
I could
got
see that for sure.
thousands and thousands of bosses. And that's like, yeah. And okay, also, Hank Green is my friend in my head. I've never met him. I hope I never do.
I was like, whoa, my God, Ellie lore.
In my head, Hank Green is my friend. When I watch Hank Green's channel, I'm like, good, my old friend Hank Green, my internet uncle Hank Green, here to explain something to me, right? And like, if you want to do that in a very self-aware way, where it's not gonna like harm anyone or yourself, I think that's fine. But like, if I were expecting Hank Green to actually be my uncle, that would be a problem, right? That would be a big problem. So, yeah,
No, I totally. That's a great way to handle that. That is a great way to explain that, and that's a very healthy way to explain.
For the same reason that it would be hard to be friends with your boss, it is not like good for me. It's really stressful to be friends with any of you. When I answer your DMs, I can't do it out of character, which means I'm like stuck in character, and it's like stressful in my off time. And there's oh my gosh, for a long time there were just so many messages because someone would send a message about like, hey Ellie, I really need help. I'm having such a horrible day and no one is here, and it's my birthday and my dog is sick. Can you sing me this song? And I would just do it because like it was their birthday and their dog was sick, you know? But then they write to you the next day and they're like, just had pudding and it was so good. And you're like, okay, smile, react. And they're like, Ellie, I'm so glad we're friends. That's the one that gets me, is when you've never responded to anything, when you've only ever done something for them and then given like the minimum like, haha, nice. And then they're like, Ellie, I'm so glad we're friends. Ellie, I don't know what I'd do without your friendship. That's the one that gets me. And then you're just like, well, you know, I hadn't thought of us that way, but now you say I don't know what I'd do without this, and now I'm trapped.
Yeah.
And that's so scary. That's so scary. I was stuck in I was stuck in a lot of things where I didn't know how to tell someone like, hey, I don't want to put you in an unhealthy or scary position, but I don't think you're my friend. I think the one that gets me is like, you don't know anything about me. Like all you know about me is the stuff that I have broadcasted. You've seen my content. In a way, you know everything about me, but I've never told you anything about myself, you know? You have told me all of this stuff about you, and I've reacted to it, I've responded to it. But yeah, no, I don't, you don't know me. You don't actually know me.
Yeah.
You're calling me your friend and you don't know me. So yeah, it feels like talking to your boss. It's stressful and scary. And I find it hard to get out of, and I always feel like I'm in trouble. So oh yeah, if you need to get in touch with me about something, a great way to do that is to make a ticket in the Discord or to reach out to Maple, who leads my mod team and can usually answer any questions and get in touch with me if it's something that does require my attention.
Yes.
But yeah.
And that is a great like even beyond this community, to take a side note of that exact point, that's a great thing to utilize for all of chat, for any community. If you are just wanting to if you're just having issues, like if you're just like needing moderation stuff, use the ticket system, use the moderation parts of the Discord, reach out to the moderators. That is one thing, as well as you can't go to the streamer and be like, here's this moderation thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is not, you don't try to just raw DM people about moderation things. Reach out to the moderators.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, you should know that basically any streamer, I want to say above 100 concurrent viewers, is not looking at their moderation stuff. If you put in an unban request, the streamer will never see it. They probably didn't even see the message that got you banned. If you reach out with a question about why you're banned, if you make a complaint to their Discord, that streamer is almost certainly never going to see it. And I say that because people sometimes reach out already upset at me for stuff I don't even know happened, man. I don't even know. And that's because it's not really the job of the streamer. It's not really what streamers are good at, right? So for me, and for all of my friends, I don't know anyone who actually reads their own unban requests, does their own banning, anything. So if you reach out, you're talking to a mod, even if you don't know it, and you should be nice because they're mods, right? Whatever anger you have at me and my channel, be nice when you reach out because you're talking to mods. Yeah.
Yeah, be nice. I cry easy. But yeah, I back to what you were saying originally.
Sorry, yeah?
I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that. I shouldn't have made, because now I'm laughing at a dumb joke I shouldn't have made. I fully agree with that. I really do. Like, it's a thing where there's a healthy and an unhealthy way to handle things with a lot of things in life. And the balance is hard to find frequently. But like, at the end of the day, we have a community because this is a bunch of you guys who really have passion about different projects, really have passion about different subjects, have really large passion about anything under a huge umbrella. And there's other people in this community that want to share that passion as well and that want to talk to you about that. So it's why if you can't make streams, if you just watch VODs, if you just watch clips, if you just watch anything, and you just want somebody to be there, your first step should be the Discord. Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for listening to my music. Thank you for any way that you engage. It makes me really, really happy. And my community rules, and I don't get the privilege of being friends with them, so you should, because you can, and you're so lucky.
Yeah, that's hyper accurate.
As for, I saw one comment that was like, aren't there mods that are in cahoots with whole cliques of streamers? And I think what I find really interesting about that is the evil words that are used. Are they in cahoots with cliques? And it's like, I don't know, man. Streamers become friends with each other because they're doing the same thing together and they get to know each other and they hang out together and they become friends. And like, a lot of us work pretty closely with our mods, and a lot of my mods, I mean, Harley and Maple, are people that I've known since, like, I mean, we all stream, all three of us, right? So when I first met you guys, we were all around similar size streamers, and we were all very small streamers. So, like, you know? Like...
Yeah. It's...
So, like, it's not like...
people don't think about that like, there's a big chunk of mods that do come from, like, post-growth and post... Like, you need a team.
Yeah.
But there's also a big chunk that comes from, this person has been there for a while.
Yeah, the mods that I, like, know are people who I know from when we were all small, when we grew up together.
Yeah. That's... the amount of times I've gotten just incredibly vile messages of people being like, why are you everywhere? Because it's a bit in my chat of like, why are you everywhere? And that's like a bit that comes and goes here and there. And then sometimes people are actually upset about it. And like, it's like, I'll be like moderating a chat, or like I lurk in a lot of chats that I moderate for.
They think you're like
and,
a shadowy figure behind the scenes.
Yeah. And like sometimes something will happen and I have to be like, hey, let's calm down on this, like, because it's more than one person. Like, with one person, you can send a message, you can give a warning, you can do whatever. With multiple people, sometimes you just gotta be out and be like, hey, let's reconsider this discussion, because obviously the streamer does not want this. And frequently, I'd say 1 out of every 5 times I've had to do that, I'll get a DM of like, hey, was that a call out to me? Because that's awful that like you're following me to this chat, even though you know I'm in this other chat. And it's like completely like string to picture like you're Charlie Day and It's Always Sunny, and it's like, no, I just have moderated for this chat for years, and I could tell this
Yeah.
made them unhappy. I'm not targeting you. That comment wasn't to you.
I don't even think like we became friends as two streamers, right? I don't even think you became my friend as a mod.
No, we were friends before.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, we were in
are
that
like yeah,
we were in that collab. I remember now. We talked about this
yeah.
the other day.
We were friends before, but like your life was also really busy at a time my life was really kicking off in a different form, because we
Ah,
were starting to meet whenever I was traveling for competitive card gaming and like doing
yes.
particularly well at it. And
Mhm.
like the Vettel stuff happened weeks after one of my biggest tournament results of all time. So like I was in the
Oh.
middle of like big life stuff that
Oh
like
my
I
god,
slowly
yeah.
started halting down because like I was just too all over the place and I
Oh
needed to
yeah.
calm down. And like so like I don't know that we like particularly hung out more until after that, but like
Well,
we
we
were friends
had.
prior. Yeah, we
Yeah,
had.
we had like had long we had one like really long like deep talk kind of get to know each other call before the raid.
Yeah. Yeah. So
But
like
we'd
it's
like
one of those
collabed and
things
played
where
games with other people before that.
I don't know that we collabed before that. We
Oh, was
talked,
it
but
only
I don't
off
think we
stream?
ever yeah, because like
Dude.
beforehand I like wasn't really collabing with people at all, and we talked the one time, and
Uh-huh.
then the raid, and then we talked again, and then we collabed a couple of times after the raid.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But like before the raid I didn't really collab with a lot of people, mostly because like I like just didn't, there was no reason, I just kind of didn't
Dude,
like
same. I mean, I found collabs really stressful. I
yeah.
really avoided them for a long time. Oh my god, I had a panic attack live in my first like more than two people collab. I had like a live panic attack and had to end the stream. I think it's the only time that something like that has happened, but oh my
I
god,
do
I
remember
never
that.
forgot that fear. You remember that?
I remember that because that was the second time I'd ever met you. Because
Oh
you, yeah,
no.
yes. I do remember that. I
It
do
was like
remember that.
I couldn't tell who was talking when, and there was so much happening and keeping track of chat and the people in the collab call, and I didn't even know all of them. I hadn't met all of them. Oh my god, I was panicking so hard. And like, oh god, I'm like zoomed back to that moment. Yeah, I've never been
Yeah.
so afraid on stream. The the raid was less scary than that. There's yeah,
And I
I don't know.
understand that feeling. That feeling, that is a rough one. This streaming's one of those things where you can learn through fire and brimstone. You can learn the hard way. But like I truly don't recommend people immediately when they're starting streaming. If you have the ability to, I do not recommend just instantly jumping into like a bajillion different like collabs with multitudes of people, because you don't know your comfortability zone yet. Obviously that's not what you did,
Some
but more so
people
for
just
people
are,
that do
yeah.
do that.
That
Yeah.
was me
Some
having a
people
hard time saying no to people. That's actually an
yeah.
early example of that. So there was someone who I think he was modded. I don't remember if he was unmodded, but there was someone who was sort of at a lonely time in their life and they had sort of a not great for them or us connection to me and a couple of other streamers. And when you're small,
Yes.
that doesn't happen very often. There aren't really a lot of people who get like so zoned in on like, you're my real friend. You could be my real friend. We could be friends. We could hang out. We could play games. And like, we just didn't really know how to say no to him. And he set up a collab with me and two of my other friends, two of my
Yes.
other friends. Yeah. And I like didn't know how to say no. So, I just did it, even though like I knew it was gonna be so scary at the time. Like I knew I was gonna panic, and then like 5 minutes into the stream, I was just like, I can't, I'm going, bye, sorry, and I just ended
Oh, it was a
stream.
lot longer. You were there a lot longer than that.
Really?
You got through quite a bit more than I think you did.
In
I
my
mean,
memory, it was like
hours and
5
hours.
minutes.
It was like 20 or 30 minutes. You got into like the first like bit because you conversed for a while, and then
I
like
conversed?
I think you muted for a bit, and
Oh,
then nobody knew
yeah!
what happened, and then you came back and you were like, I was listening, but I gotta go. And
Yeah, okay.
you went through a lot more, and like I would still count that as you having sat through a whole lot more than you're giving yourself credit for, because like you really tried. But like
I really tried, man. Yeah,
But
that was
that's
it.
a
I muted,
situation.
and I was talking to my chat, and I was just like, guys, what do I do? How do I do this? I don't know how to do this.
Yes. Because I remember when one of them asked where you were, I jumped over to your chat, and you were like just like trying to calm down, and I was like,
I was
I don't know that I should
falling
be
apart.
here. I don't.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I was like,
God.
I don't know what to say here.
That was humiliating, man. Calling your bank is always miserable. Yeah, there are like better and worse kinds of phone calls. And like I love being on a phone call with people I know really well, being on a phone call with friends with no pressure, but being perceived on a phone call with a bunch of people, some of whom you've never met before, while playing a game in a like play mode that you don't really understand and have never done before. Oh, horrifying. Horrifying,
Yeah, because
actually.
that was the uh GeoGuessr collab, right?
Yeah, but I had never done the
Yeah.
collaborative ones where you like guess
Yeah.
zones.
And they're so stressful. They're
Well, I
so
mean,
like the sounds, the like timer, like it is.
I'd never done it with a timer either at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I started playing GeoGuessr in high school. Um I guess maybe even in the end of middle school when it was still very very new. When it was literally just like there's no gamification. It puts you in a random spot, you get your points total, at the end you get your points total. That's it. There was
Yeah.
no competitive stuff, there was no rankings, there were no leaderboards. The only map was whole world. Uh and it wasn't like it was a big thing in that a lot of people played it a couple times, but there wasn't a community around it the way that it is now. Yeah, and it was free. And so when I kept
Yes.
playing all
Oh,
the
is it not
years,
free anymore?
no, all the
Ouch.
years that I've kept playing, I always just played the same way. Not competitive, world only, right? All of these things exactly as it had been, right? I didn't even know there were other game modes because I was just like, absolutely not. I'm not touching that, right? Like
Yeah.
I liked my GeoGuessr as it was. Don't change my food or I'll cry. This is why all of my shoes are worn out. Because I don't want to buy new shoes because they'll be different, right? Um, so like I didn't even know there were these other game modes, and I didn't know how to do them, how they worked, and I oh my god, dude, that was the scariest stream I've ever had. I streaming is fun, but when I think back, it's
It
like
is.
I can think of like 3 times that I was really like kind of losing it on stream, and it was like that. It was the time when um Bo was like joking with me, and he accidentally okay, you know how people have like you have splinters
I
from your
remember this
past
exact stream.
and you
I
don't even know that
yeah.
they're there, and then someone pokes your
Yes.
skin and it just hurts like crazy for some reason right there, and you're like, oh, I guess I had a splinter there, I didn't realize. But like we were sort of bullying each other back and forth and joking around, and he was like, you sound like a robot, and I was just like
Yes. I remember that
like the
exact
bad
stream.
neuron activated, and I was just like and I just started crying, and I ended stream, and I was it was all okay. You know, it was really good actually. Like we talked about it, and he was like, "I'm so sorry. I did not know that that would hurt you." And I was like, "I didn't know that that would hurt me either. I'm also sorry." And it was all good. But and it was only a few minutes, but like that I remember that was pretty intense. And then I know, and I am a robot VTuber, but also the things are related. Like when I was a kid, I was always told like, "Oh, you talk like a robot. You're like a robot." And like that is part of how you form your identity, and like part of why
Yeah.
I'm like, hee hee, I'm robot, but also a way that I was suddenly just like and it was so intense. Sometimes feelings can just hit you like that, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
And in that moment, like, blah, right? And then the other one was the raid. That was so intense. It was a good
Oh,
feeling, but it was just so much of that good feeling that I thought I was gonna throw up. Like,
very understandably so.
I was just like, wow, I can feel all of the cells in my body vibrating.
Yeah, no, I get that feeling. I definitely get that feeling. I've been there in my own accord too. It's a
Ooh, when?
weird. It's been a couple of times. It's been mainly like minor things. So like if something's particularly like itching some scratch in my head of just stress, where like
Mm,
I tend to get more energetic more energetic the more
more
stressed I am.
energetic.
And more energetic. Time to jazzercise, everybody. The more stressed I get, the more energetic I am typically.
Ooh,
So
mhm.
like you'll see me do more things, and piling on my plate that form isn't what's stressing me. It is typically like one pinpoint other thing that's causing me to want to take my mind off of it.
Yeah,
And
that's
there's been times on
epinephrine.
stream. Yeah, there's been times on stream where I'm just like streaming, good, hit the wall instantly, and I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna go. I will we're gonna raid out. Thank you guys. It was a very fun time. And just like out of nowhere have ended stream just because like I think one big instance was uh I think it was just after my company got acquired,
Oh,
and
horror. Horror. The
like
worst.
all of my friends that got me hired into the job that I am currently sitting at got laid off
Oh, I
instantly because they are
remember that.
like
Yeah.
CTO. They are like a bunch of really high up people getting fired, and I'm like, oh, okay. And it was a moment in my life where like I had just been hospitalized. I had just gotten super sick. I had just been like all of these stressors, and then this one thing that is such a coin flip of like, will this affect my life? Won't this affect my life? And it's like, and then I'm streaming there, and I'm streaming there, and somebody brings up not feeling well, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not really feeling too well either, guys. You know what? I gotta go. I
Sometimes
gotta
it's hard to
go.
recognize, but it's good. It's good that you can recognize it when it happens. I feel like I really struggle with that. Less so on stream because like on stream, it's really easy for me to like know what's going to happen. It's a very controlled environment. Like I I don't feel a lot of pressure here most of the time. Like streaming is pretty relaxing for the most part. But um the other day, like the subathon day ended and I had like a ton of like business stuff to catch up on, like when is the album being released, what's the merch release going to look like for it, right? How do I do all of the splits with like the other people that I worked with on it? And I was like doing mixing with my friend, which just like helps me because I don't know. I've talked about like co-working is really helpful for me. Um,
Yeah.
and like if you have someone around you who has the knowledge to help you, like 100% co-work with them. Oh my god, the freaking eyebrows are back. The freaking eyebrows are back. I'm gonna write a script before the end of stream.
She looks so much more sassy with the eyebrows whenever
I know
whenever
it's
she's
so
side
funny.
eyeing.
It's
It's
so
like
funny.
it's like crazy more sassy.
Grunkle Stan. I become Grunkle Stan. Oh yeah, and like I've talked about meltdowns a little. There's a lot of autistic people in my chat, and there are a lot of parts of autism that are very visible. I think that like autism you get sold on a lot of the cute stuff, right? Like you see a lot of the cute stuff, you see a lot of media about the cute stuff, right? You see a lot of the like, oh, I'm overstimulated, so I go into my tent and I'm so comfy in here and the lighting is soft and I play with squishies and you know, I like this stuff and you know, I should make an eyelash bin for all the extras. But like for me, one of the biggest things that I struggle with is I melt down. I still melt down. You know, meltdowns are often associated with kids, and that was one of the biggest things that was hard for me as a kid was that I would melt down sometimes in public. I would just be like crying hysterically at the grocery store and I wouldn't be able to tell any of the adults around me why I was crying and they would be upset about it and that would just worsen the meltdown, right? As an adult, I still get them. And I can usually tell when they're going to happen. I can usually get myself out of the situation. but I am very scared of them. I am really scared all the time of melting down. Whenever I go somewhere where I don't know people, it's something that I think about, right? I'm like, what would I do if
Yes.
I had a meltdown on this excursion? What would I do if I melted down at the museum, right? And
Yeah.
it hasn't, thankfully, thank God, it hasn't happened much in public. It hasn't come up much. Boy, I think about it all the time. And like literally a couple nights ago, I was mixing with my friend and I was just I just was it was suddenly too much. Like I just hadn't been keeping track of myself and how I was feeling and where I was, and it was just suddenly too much and I just started like sobbing hysterically.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I just started like sobbing. And it's like this is like I know like I I love that I get to talk about the parts of autism that aren't cute and that like aren't fun and goofy and quirky. Um and oh, when you run away to have a meltdown and then someone finds you, it's so awful, man. It's so awful. I know that a lot
I
of
know.
people. Oh, go
I.
ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. I agree with that. That's happened recently.
Oh no! Wait, do you want to talk about it or do you not?
Yeah, sure. I've talked about it before. When Honey came to visit me in April, she came to visit in the last 2 weeks of April. She got hospitalized the first day she was here, but after we'd driven 5 hours away to go visit friends.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in a completely different state that I don't know a lot of the medical rules for. And what happened was this is actually 2 part times that I ran away during the story and got caught. I'm realizing. So like we're trying to rush somewhere and we take her to an urgent care. Because like she'd been thrown up for 30 minutes straight and we were in the middle of somewhere where like there was not a lot of medical things. So we
Wait,
go
she
to the closest
called
urgent
me.
care. Wait, who called you?
Honey?
Oh, did she just call you?
No. When she was throwing up a bunch, she called me. Because I
Oh,
throw up a
yes.
bunch. That was a different
Yes.
time, but anyway, sorry, continue.
Yeah. So we go to an urgent care and they take me to the side because she's curled up on the ground, throwing up into a bag. And they're like, she looks bad. She might not make it through this. We can't take her. And I was like, and like
What?
they put all these really rough, like they were like, we can't legally take her in. This is an urgent care. She looks like she's bad enough that she needs a hospital because she's going to need an emergency service. And like, this is the type of thing, it could be something that leads to like these things or these, and like they start giving terminology that's like, I don't know what this means, but this is awful.
That sounds bad, yeah.
And I take her to the hospital, and it's one of the biggest hospitals in the state, so it's packed. And I'm like, oh no. And I'm there, and like the medical service doesn't get there fast enough. They're like, wait, they call for the person like 5 times, they finally come. And then like she finally gets service and everything. She's throwing up, and by this point she's been throwing up for 4 hours straight. And it's like I'm freaking out, but I can't do it in front of her. And then like, so I'm there every time a doctor comes in, every time a nurse comes in, I'm the person taking all the information, do all this stuff. And then finally it's like towards the night and they had to give her something to make her pass out. And so she's asleep and I haven't slept in 24 plus hours at this point.
Jesus.
I step out of the room to cry, see nobody's around, just start crying outside of this room, just in the hospital. And then a janitor rounds the corner and goes, "You been here all night? You look really good. How do you look this good being here all night?" And then I just like, I'm crying and she's just trying to make me feel
imagining
better.
like the anime reaction face. You've got like boogers dripping out of your nose.
Yeah, like I'm like sobbing in this hospital and I'm like, I just always look this good. And I just cry. And like I'm trying to make light of it because like all these doctors are like, we don't know what's going on. She's like dying. And like one nurse actually said the word dying. And I was like, what is happening? Yeah, so at one point she had to get an MRI in the hospital. And for some reason, this might out the hospital, but it doesn't matter because it's so far away. For some reason, the elevator to their bottom floor morgue is next to one of the entrances of the MRI room. And they parked Honey in the same hallway. And we saw them taking a person and then that nurse comes up later and is like talking about like, yeah, she's like throwing up to death and like just a turn of phrase, but like I'm like freaking out. I'm like
Yeah,
on no
that's no
sleep and
good.
freaking out of like she couldn't have known that like that would set me off, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god. And then that was the first time I went to run away to go cry. And then like we finally get her back home, and like we had all these plans for her to meet like family and stuff.
Yeah.
But like obviously I canceled it all. But she got hospitalized again that next morning.
Oh
And like
God.
she got brought back home, but a total of 30 hours of being hospitalized within 2 days. Like I'm calling my family to be like, hey, like we can't make it, yada yada yada. Like telling them like
Yeah,
all these
yeah, yeah.
things. And then I call my stepdad. My stepdad is like the parent that I've had. He is
Mhm.
my rock. And I'm sitting there, and he's like solidified military detective, like is a full-on dude. Just like full, like one of the guys that I've just always been like, this is the person I want to be. And I'm sitting there telling him, and he's like, son, it's okay to cry. And I just immediately broke down, ran outside so my roommate wouldn't see,
Oh,
didn't realize my roommate was not in the house. He
oh,
pulled up into the driveway while I'm crying in the driveway, and I was like,
no,
oh,
no,
I'm on the phone
brother.
crying to my stepdad as my roommate pulled up, and I was like,
Oh,
oh no.
horrible. Horrible. Someone asked what's the difference between a meltdown and a panic attack. And someone else said that meltdown is sort of like a frustration attack, and that actually really resonated with me. That really resonated with me. So like when I am close to melting down, everything just becomes more of an experience, right? If you've ever had a migraine, the way that light affected you when you had a migraine, it becomes like that with everything. And like my hair on my neck starts bothering me, and my shirt starts bothering me. And once in the midst of a meltdown in college, I took my clothes off in a lab. And that is like the kind of place that you can wind up in. I was alone in the lab, I will say, but it was a public lab. Anyone could have come in. And that's like the kind of level of just like, that you can wind up in, right? So it doesn't, for me, a meltdown doesn't feel like a panic attack. It's not like, oh God, what if? It's not too much thought, if that makes sense, right? When I'm having a panic attack, there's too many thoughts in my head. They're going too fast. I'm like, oh God, and what if I'm dying? And what if this is me dying right now? And I'm gonna die here on the toilet like Elvis, right? I don't even know if Elvis actually died on the toilet or if that's apocryphal, right? But that's me having a panic attack, whereas me having a meltdown is just like, it's just the letter A. It's just the letter A over and over again forever. And I want to take my skin off. And if you're talking to me, I also want to take your skin off.
Yeah. Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah. It's I you know what? I didn't think about the difference between those two, but that does resonate pretty well. I definitely can kind of divide those times now. I've kind of always looped them together, but
Yes,
yeah,
people
no,
talk
that
about
makes sense.
shutdowns as opposed to meltdowns. So a lot of people, especially as adults, will experience shutdowns instead of meltdowns. I sort of do and can, but most of my shutdowns will have just eventually become meltdowns anyway, right? So a shutdown, right, is where someone just like isn't putting out anything at all, isn't giving you anything. They're just quiet. They're just kind of like looking at the wall, and they're not really even moving. And if they answer, they're answering. So when I'm like that, I have like stock phrases. I have like stock phrases. It's like I'm one of those dogs with a button board. We're getting deeper into the ugly side of autism that I normally do. Man. But like I feel like one of those dogs with a button board. Where because everything that I say, it's the like the pre-recorded answering machine answer, right? So it even has the same inflection. So I'll be like, I'm sorry, thank you, I'm sorry, I love you, in response to everything that they say, because I just have pre-recorded responses.
Yeah.
And it's like it's
yeah.
oh, it's so yeah, it's like feed me, walk, but it's just like I'm
I don't think
sorry,
it's
thank you.
embarrassing. It's safety.
Ah,
It's
it's
it, it's
it's all I
it's your own,
have.
like, yeah, it's what
It's
you
not
have.
like
It's not, yeah.
it's not like it feels safe. It's just yeah, you sound like a robot. And there we get back to it, man. Yeah. And when I was a
I don't
kid,
know that I don't know that that could be considered sounding like, because I do that too. Like
oh,
when,
that's
and
what I've
I've,
been
yeah,
told sounds like a robot mostly.
like it is, I have always taken that as my safety response is when I am like when I because it happens a lot. Like it happens a
Really?
lot where like I can't yeah, all the time. Like especially recently where like stress gets to me just as much as anybody.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where my way of doing that I've always considered safety responses. When I know I cannot give as much as I always give, and I know I'm going to go into, yep, uh-huh, yep. Like sometimes I'm coherent enough to tell the person, like, hey, I got like that something's wrong. But like those are my safety responses are like, uh-huh, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah.
Huh.
And
I
like
don't.
people can tell in my voice, but like I don't think it's robotic. I've always called them like my safety. It is what I can do to show somebody like, hey, I am here, but something's wrong. But also like it is not something I'm consciously doing. It's something that I've always automatically done, and people point it out and they're like, hey, what's wrong? And then they have to be like, this is how you've been responding. And it's like, oh, I, that's just like the way of me being safe. That I guess I'm just not all right now. Give me a minute. And like usually, obviously, it's longer than an actual literal minute. Like obviously, that's typically the end of a conversation. And like the next day or so, like I come back and I'm like, hey, I'm okay. But like I've always called them safety responses because it is in times that are rough, you fall back on what's safe. And for me in my head when I'm doing that, it's like I don't know that it's happening, but my head is like, hey, just keep going. Yeah,
Oh,
uh-huh. I
that's
agree. Like,
not like
yes.
what I have.
Oh, really? What do you
Yeah.
have?
No, that's very different. So it doesn't feel safe at all. It's horrifying. It's
Oh,
like a terrifying feeling. It's like reaching for your arms and not having them. What it feels like for me is like being trapped. It's terrifying. There's nothing that feels safe about it. Like, I need to communicate something. I might really need to communicate something. It might be an important conversation, it might be something at work, and I can't talk. I don't have words. Sometimes it feels like those answers happen without me even choosing one. One of the ones that I've talked about is like when I'm in an emergency situation, if I'm in a lot of pain, like when I've broken bones, when I've had some kind of like medical problem. But when I got my really bad concussion, um, I didn't have access to anything except I'm okay, I'm fine, I feel fine, thank you, I'm okay, I'm fine, I feel fine. And like I'm not repeating them like I am here. It's just in response to anything someone says. All I have is like, no, I'm okay, and I'm not. And it's really scary. It doesn't feel safe at all. It feels really dangerous.
oh. I unironically, I think you've answered something for me that obviously I can't get
Yes,
into on stream, but
camel.
I think you've answered something for me that opens up my eyes a lot more than I think I've ever understood. That's huh.
Yes, exactly what Camo said. Yeah, it
Yeah.
feels violating. It feels like it's like body horror. Um,
Yeah. I I think I understand what you mean. That I've always, and this is the selfish part of it, is like I've always had my understanding of things and tried to apply them the best that I
oh,
could.
that's not
But
selfish. That's like
that just makes sense. No, that Ellie, that makes a lot of sense. Like I don't there's it's hard to communicate what I'm talking about, but like no, that fixes a lot of thinking for other things
oh, well, I'm glad.
that that is very eye-opening. That is very like not to be clinical in a
No,
response here, but
no, no, no.
that is incredible. Absolutely
I'm
incredible. I've never thought about it that way.
I'm glad that that could do that for you. Hooray.
Yeah.
But
That
yeah,
yeah.
no, that's I find meltdowns more troubling than panic attacks. For me, I'm like very social, even though, I grew up a little lonely. I'm very
Yeah.
social, and in a panic attack, I can talk to someone. I can narrate the experience, and that makes it way easier. I call someone and I'm just like, hey, my heart is beating fast. I know I'm having a panic attack. The biggest thing that I have panic attacks about, I don't have them very often, but I have them when I get sick, because when I can't breathe through my nose and I like, you know when you like snuffle yourself awake when you're trying to sleep, but your nose is all
Yes.
stuffed because you're sick? That feeling for me, just for some reason, it makes my body start panicking. And I can usually call someone and I can just walk them through the like, I know that I can actually breathe. I feel like I need to go outside to be able to breathe. I feel like I can't breathe in my room, but I know that that isn't true. There is oxygen in my room, right? And I walk them through that and I feel better. But with a meltdown, I feel necessarily so alone. Like having a person there would just be so infuriating that I'm, yeah, alone by, yeah, I'm required to be alone.
Yeah.
Drowning inside your body. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of how I took it as well. And you know, there's a lot of it makes me realize there's a lot of people, by a lot of people, obviously not a majority, but a lot of people to me that honestly, there's a times where that is probably what was felt, and now I understand miscommunications I've had.
Uh
I
huh.
understand. I like yeah.
Dude, I'm so
No,
glad.
I get it. I get it. Yeah. No.
I
I
also. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, that was it. I'm just gonna keep saying yeah, because no, that's very enlightening.
I just want to say that, like, for those who might be worrying, I don't have an anxiety disorder. Which, um, that's from doctors. I don't, so it's not enough to just have a panic attack, or even panic attacks sometimes. They have to, like, meaningfully impact your life. And considering that I have one, like, maybe twice a year when I have a cold, it doesn't really meaningfully impact my life. At night as well, right? Usually, like, while I'm trying to sleep, which means I'm not at work, I'm not out somewhere in public. So, I don't have an anxiety disorder. I live a rather lucky life in that way. And I think there is a trend toward like self-diagnosis, which can be great, but also a little bit of overdiagnosis. And sometimes when I talk about these things, people are like, "Wait, but I saw someone with anxiety describe that experience," and it's like, well, yeah, but what makes it a disorder is that it's happening in a way that impacts their life. Not just that it's happening. I think most people in their lifetime will have at least one panic attack. And that's okay. And that doesn't mean that you have an anxiety disorder. Um, and meltdowns are not anxiety disorders. They are not related to anxiety, and they are normal in autistic people. And no one really knows what to do about them. So I just wanted to make those two disclaimers, so that people understand, um, where I'm coming from, what my experience is, and what the actual, like, medical names for these things are.
Yeah. Yeah,